Ube a leather jacket. Wearing
he had dreadlocks on.
A brownish leather jacket. Ube a leather jacket a brown.
Yes, the first suspect, yeah.
Yes, that describes the first, or that talks about the first suspect that I described.
Yes, on the head, short. There's
in fact, there's that one is the second suspect that I'm referring to, the one that was tall, that was wearing a jacket.
No, jacket
Okay, the one that was wearing a brown jacket is the short one.
The short one,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the short one who had dreadlocks and a hat, and the tall one and very dark in complexion is the second suspect.
The last page at the top of that page, it reads as follows, and I quote, "I can be able to identify the one of them. He had left on the scene. No one was shot except Senzo." Close quotation.
Usho njalo ukuthi ngakwazi ukuthi ngimkhombe omnye wabo. Kanti ke isigqoko sasala khona laphana endaweni yesigameko. Akekho ke omnye umuntu wadubulela ngaphandle kwaye uSenzo.
Yes.
That's correct?
When you were stating that you can be able to identify one of them, which one was amongst them that you were going to be able to identify?
Usho kanjalo lana ukuthi ubungakhona ukukhomba omnye wabo. Muphi lo?
Yes, wangibuza ngithi lo muntu wayebhala statement.
Now the person that was taking my statement asked me as to whether will I be able to point out or identify these people that had access to the house.
And
I didn't say that I won't be able to point them out if it so happens that I see them again.
So between the two intruders, the one with dreadlocks and the one who was tall, the second intruder, which one amongst them were you saying that you can be able to identify?
Kulabo ke ababili, lo mude nalo benama dreadlocks. Ubuthi wena ungakhona ukukhomba muphi?
Bengingakwazi ukubakhomba bobabili if bebebekwe phambi kwami kanje.
I was going to be able to identify them if the both of them were to be brought before me.
Sir, let us not try to run away from the question. Where I'm at is as follows. You say in your statement, I can be able to identify one of them. So I'm asking you, which one were you saying that you can identify one of them between the two, the one with dreadlocks and the tall one?
Singakubalekeli lokho ke. Yabona statement sakho sithi ungakhona ke ukukhomba omnye wabo.
Yes.
Omoblo.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi if bebevela bobabili bese kanje bengakwazi ukubakhomba. So la enkantolo ngiwazile ukukhomba oyedwa because ngimbonile la ecourt oyedwa. Njengoba ngishilo nje.
Now, as I've already said, if the two of them were to be brought before me, I would then be able to identify them. Now, opportunistically, coming here at court, I was then able to see one of them, and I pointed him out.
Sir, for the sake of progress, I'm not going to repeat this question for you. I'll leave it for argument at a lesser stage.
Understood?
Yebo kuyazwakala. Yeah. Okay.
My Lord, with the leave of the court, may I request that the statement by the witness, which was made on the 27th of October 2014, be handed in as Exhibit V1.
Okay.
Sir, you'll remember that I had asked you regarding the statement that you made, that is Exhibit V1, and you told this court that you did not see where the deceased was. Sorry. Remember that I asked you about the question whether were you able to see where the first shot that was fired in the kitchen landed. You said you could not see.
Yes.
Uyakhumbula lokho ngisho ukuthi ubonile ukuthi ukuthuma kwesibhamu njengoba sisathuma ukuqala ukuthi leyo nhlamvu yasha ukuthi cha zange ngibone.
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to the transcribed
Page 52 yerekhodi
of the transcribed record.
ebhalwe phansi ukusuka ke kulobufakazi okhishwa njengomlomo. Page 52 kanti uZambi
Line 13. Line 13. It is dated the 18th of July 2023. That is the evidence in chief of the witness.
The prosecutor is trying to assist us with that statement. Thank you.
It is page 52 of the transcribed record. I'll start at line 5.
We have page 52.
Yes, I'll start at line number 5. This is the evidence of Zandile Khumalo when he was being led by the State Council. The following question was asked. At line 4, the State Council asked the witness to proceed with her evidence. Then the response at line 6 is as follows, and I quote, "When the firearm went off, I then heard something hitting the floor, and then a spark went off, and then it hit me on my foot."
Sorry, we got lost here. We are in page 52, and that line, it's not reflected here.
The proceedings of the 18th of July, 2023.
Here it's written the 24th of July. We've got the 24th of July, 2023 here.
Yeah, but this reads the,
Yeah, let me just continue for the sake of progress.
yes.
Yes, it's not long. It reads as follows. The response, "When the firearm went off, I then heard something hitting the floor, and then a spark went off and then hit me on my foot," close quotation.
Usho njalo ke uZandi uthi uma kucima isibhamu khona akuzwa kuwela phansi kanti ke khona kwamshaya khona la enyaweni wabona ukuthi kuba nama sparks khona lapho.
Yeah, ngilalela.
Yes, I'm listening.
Right. Then there was a question by my colleague, Advocate Malloy. Just a minute. If you say felt something hitting the floor, you could see where it hit the floor.
Manje ke nakhe lapha na ke istatement lesi esikhuluma ngaso. Babalule ke wathi awume kancane. Uma ke wena uthi uyowezwa kukhona okuthize ushaya ke phansi nokuthi ke uye wabona yini la ike yashaya khona lapho phansi na uyabona?
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
We'll then go to line 13. When I heard that hitting the floor, it so happened that Dumelo also heard it, so that we heard the same thing. I ran into the bathroom and he ran into the bedroom, close quotation.
Kuthi ke mangizwa leyo nto ke ishaya phansi. Kwase kenzeka ukuthi na uTumela wavele wakuzwa lokho. Manje kwenzeka ukuthi sobabili sezwa ke umsindo ofanayo. Ngagijima ke ngaya ngase bathroom. uTumelo ke wabaleka ke wangena egumbini lokulala. Uyakuzwa lo?
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa.
I hear that.
What is your comment about what Zandile Khumalo testified about the first shot hitting the floor and she running into the bathroom and you running into the bedroom?
Uthini ke wena ke umphawula?
Lokho akushoyo ukuthi wabaleka ngabaleka ngangena ibedroom yena wangena ibedroom angimbona ukuthi wangenaphi ne.
Now there where it has to do with her running and getting into the bathroom and myself running and getting into the bedroom, I cannot ascertain that. I didn't see her running into the bathroom.
And secondly, even after sesibuyile esibhedlela angibonanga ukuthi inhlamvu yashaya yaphi mina.
Even when we had come back from the hospital, I did not notice where the bullet hit or the spot which was hit by the bullet.
Engikwaziyo wasikhombisa nje la unyaweni la ka right ngala phezulu kweqakala la ayinento encane nje ngathi kubushanyana.
Now, what I know is that she actually showed us a chip on the skin that is on the just on above the ankle or the front portion of the foot, in that ankle area of the foot. It was just a superficial kind of an injury. Just an abrasion. It wasn't big. That's what she showed us.
So you did not see when the gunshot went off and hitting the floor in the kitchen?
Awuzange ukubone lokho.
No, angikubonanga lokho nje angisho ukuthi ngezwe sezwa ngaye sesibonisa nje la elimele khona la iqala ngaphezulu kweqala la esinyaweni la ka right.
I did not witness that. We only heard it from her at the time that she was now showing us that she sustained a superficial injury just on the ankle, the front portion of the ankle of her right foot.
So you disavow both what you said in your statement, Exhibit V1, that the deceased was shot on the chest, and what Zandile Kumalo is saying in her evidence in chief, that when the shot went off and hit the floor, you were also present. You felt the same thing.
Meet my boyfriend, Jake.
What's up, everyone?
What is all over your feet?
They're flowers. I study botany.
Resting dad face back there likes plants too.
Grab some pruners. Let's prune.
You see a person who had a white t-shirt, it had no blood stain. Subsequently, you see the same person with a blood-stained t-shirt and he's lying on the floor. Inferential reasoning. You didn't see it. It's after the event. He sees it, that this person was shot on the chest.
So, yes, I do agree.
Yeah.
But do you agree with me that the manner that the statement is documented, that is Exhibit V1, in relation to the injury on the chest, it is not documented in the sense that it's something that you saw after you had the gunshot?
Ungavumelana naphi ukuthi ke ngendlela ke lesi statement esibhalwe ngakhona asibhalwanga ngendlela ephana ngomfanekiso wokuthi wena wabona ke inxeba ku Senzo emva kokuthi isigameko senzeke ngendlela esibhalwe ngakhona asinikezani ngaleso sithombe sokuthi wena wabona inxeba emva kokuthi isigameko senzeke. Yakuvuma lo?
Yeah, ngakubona emva kwesigameko kwangelula ukuthi ubone same time nawe moyibuka nje lento kwangelula ukuthi ubone same time because angeke kuze kube manje angeke ngisho ukuthi uSenzo wadubuleka kanjani njengokuthi ngabona after mina ngakuzwa nje umsindo wesibhamu.
I would not have seen immediately when he was inflicted with that bullet. I couldn't. Even right now, I cannot even explain it as to how exactly it came about that he sustained that injury on the chest. I am saying that only after the transpiration of the incident was I then able to finish the statement based on what happened, what had already happened.
Because ukumshiya kwami uSenzo ngasagcina ukumgcina kwami ngamgcina sise kitchen.
Now the last time I checked, we were together in the kitchen. And there's some kind of a demonstration with two fingers equal, you know, that are depicting some equal.
Bethe ngabalekela ekamereni ngamgcina la ukuthi wabaleka washona ngakuphi ngabona sengibuye ekamereni ukuthi udubulekile selele ecake dining.
We were together when the firearm went off and I fled to the bedroom, and upon my return from the bedroom, that is when I realized that he had already sustained a shot and he was lying down in the dining room.
Let us move to photo 15 of Exhibit B. When the deceased was fighting with the second intruder, can you again demonstrate using that photo where was the intruder, the second intruder?
Ubeke la yena ebheke ngaphakathi endlini uSenzo emla ebheke ngakuyi mina ngimla eceleni kwaSenzo.
Now, 3 spots have just been reflected on this picture to try and depict where Senzo was. The first one, just next to the door there, close to the cabinet, at the end of the cabinet. That is at the bottom end of the cabinet. That is where the first light had been shown. This is where, and I quote, this is where the intruder was, facing the kitchen. And then the light moved a few inches away from that particular spot, linearly went down, and that is where Senzo was. A spot was shown there. That is where Senzo was. And then it moved to the right or adjacent to Senzo a few inches again, and that is where I was. That is now in accordance with this.
Where was the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, at that time?
Obe kupike lo obe nama dreadlocks ngaleso sikhathi.
Abebe Samuela emva kwethi la.
They were somewhere there at that particular spot there, behind us. And the spot that is being pointed at is
somewhere nje la.
Yeah, it could be somewhere even outside of the borders of this picture. But he's indicating that they were behind us.
Was he behind the deceased?
Bekesemva ke komufi.
Noma ngingisho exact cause ngibhekele but umsindo wonula emva kwami.
I cannot be exact about that because I was facing the opposite direction. But you know, the commotion was behind us.
I mean the the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, was he behind the deceased or was behind all of you as well standing there?
Ngisho yena lo ube nama dreadlocks. Ube ngasemva komufi or ube semva kwakho ube emva kwakho.
No, bebesemva kwethu noSenzo. Because besibhekele thina. Bebela ngemva kwethu noSenzo.
They were behind us. That is myself and Senzo. Because we were facing that direction and they were behind us.
I mean the one with dreadlocks in relation to Senzo. Where was he?
Side,
behind Senzo, the deceased?
Yabona lo onama dreadlocks. Ma umqhathanisa noSenzo. Ube kuphi ngasemuva kaSenzo? Ube ngasemva kwakho? Ube kuphi kaSenzo?
Bebesemva kwethu sobabili because thina sibhekele obvious umuntu ongala usemva kwethu. Ngisha ngaba ka right but usemva kwethu, ngisha ngaba ka left semva kwethu. So noma ngike phela ngichaze because bayishwa uMakazandi no Kelly naye uZandi. So angeke ngisho ukuthi wayemuva kanjani but bebela emva kwethu bona.
I cannot be able to explain how they were moving because they were behind us. That is the very person that I am referring to, that they were behind us. It could have been that behind on the right, behind on the left, that I cannot ascertain. But what I am saying is that they were behind us as they were assaulting him. There was movement that was happening behind us. Therefore, I cannot tell exactly behind us where he was.
No, don't rush. We'll come to that. I'm interested. I'm interested in these people. We have demonstrated where the second, where you had pointed.
Ngangizombona kanjani lo ukuthi exactly nendawo kuphi.
Now, how would I have exactly seen or clearly seen the exact position of the first intruder when we accosted or when we were faced with the second intruder?
Because engikwaziyo ukuthi usemva kwami because ngangizwa nomsindo wama clutches ne drawer la lephuni.
All I am sure of is that he was behind us because I could hear the noise or the commotion that was happening, the crutch, the sound of the crutch, and as well as the utensils, the cabinet being opened. That's all I am sure of.
So what you are saying is that you and the deceased were facing the second intruder.
Yes, makuphuma isibhamu nje besiqhuma sibheke lo yes.
Yes. At that time when the gun went off, we had faced, both of us were facing the second intruder.
Okay. So the first intruder was behind you.
lo wokuqala ube ngasemva kwenu.
Yes.
Yes.
You also told this court in your evidence in chief that at that time the deceased had pinned the second intruder into the wall. Which wall were you referring to?
Uthi ngaleso sikhathi ke ube mbambe emphushele odongweni lapha. Nikhuluma ngaluphi uDom?
Eceleni kwasi isicapha la.
I'm just referring to the spot just next to the door. It's just been shown next to the door there.
Okay. You also told this court in your evidence in chief that the deceased had grabbed or held the hands of the second intruder upwards. You confirm that?
Uyakhumbula lokho ke uthi umuvu bemphethe abambe isandla sakho ngengalo yakhe phezulu nje.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is so, yes.
I'm going to refer you to the postmortem report, which is Exhibit L of the record.
Ngizokubonisa ke i-report. Iye postmortem.
On page 3 of the postmortem report, A51.3. It's A51.3 in brackets.
As the court is note, we have previously objected against the use of documents compiled by expert witnesses. And we're going to again raise that objection. This witness is a layperson. He cannot comment on the evidence of an expert.
You want the witness to comment on what? Post-mortem.
I just want the listen. No, sorry, I just want the witness to listen, my lord.
To listen?
Yeah, to listen
Yeah,
to what?
listen to what?
To the findings by the doctor.
Oh, I see.
To the
Fine.
findings by the doctor.
Okay.
Only listen. And
Just
then
listen.
I'm going to, just listen. I'm just
Okay.
going to sum it up.
So you must just listen.
Okay.
Yes, let's go.
I'm going to refer you to Roman figure 4 of the postmortem report under external appearance of the body and condition of limbs.
Under external?
External appearance of the body and condition of limbs.
Kanti ke so bheka ku Roman figure 4 esho njalo ke external appearance of the body ukuthi umzimba wawubukeka kanjani nokuthi ke ingalo nenyawo nazo ke beyime kanjani position of the limbs.
Okay. I'm going to start at number 2.
Sizoqala lapha ku number 2.
Thank you. Situated over the right anterior chest wall, 1 centimeter to the right of the midline and 135 centimeter above the heel is a 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter oval shaped lacerated wound.
Sorry, we've just been handed the file here. We cannot see where you are reading.
On page 3 of the postmortem report,
Okay. Line number 2.
yes, Roman figure 4, under external appearance of the body and condition of limbs.
Thank you, we found it.
Yes. Situated over the right anterior chest wall, 1 centimeter to the right of the midline and 135 centimeter above the heel, is a 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter oval shaped lacerated wound.
Yakubona lokhu ke ukuthi masibheka la sibheka ke ngapha esifubeni kule hlangothi la right kwakhona ke futhi ke 1 centimeter ukuya ngapha ngu centimeters above the heel phezu kwesithende ke utholakala ke inxeba 135 centimeters phezu kwesithende uyabona kukhona 3 centimeter by 1.5 centimeter inxeba elingathi ke li oval nje belingekho round elingathi li oval inxeba nje lokudabuka ukuthi hayi ukusika okujwayeleke ukudabuka yabona laceration lana khulunywa ke nge chest wall ukuthi ke sesifubeni yes we can see that.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a semicircular abrasion situated over the superior and inferior aspect measuring 0.3 centimeters superiorly and 0.5 centimeter inferiorly. The wound edges appear seared. Situated just below the skin, blackened granular material consistent with gunshot residue are noted in the underlying soft tissue. This wound is consistent with a contact bullet entrance wound.
Khona ke inxeba ke elibonakala lase phezulwana nje kwesikhumba lelo nxeba ke limayelana ke nenhlamvu ake sibone ukuxhuma ke kwesibhamu okanye inhlamvu eke yathi ukuhlangana ke nalokho okungaphansi kwesikhumba kanti ke leli nxeba ke kuyinxeba elibonisa ke ukuthi kwaba khona ilokhu njani inhlamvu engenayo.
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
Right. Let us turn to page 4 of the postmortem report under paragraph 3, where it reads as follows, and I quote, there is a 1.3 centimeter by 0.7 centimeter oval-shaped lacerated wound situated over the right posterior chest wall, 4.5 centimeter to the right of the midline and 126 centimeter above the heel. Open bracket, this is consistent with bullet exit wound. Close bracket, close quotation.
Kukhona ke elinye inxeba okuthiwa 1.3 centimeter by 0.7 centimeter le oval nje ngokubukeka kwalo lelo nxeba nalo ke bekuyi inxeba lokudabula okanye ukudatshulwa into ethize lacerated wound eyayitholakala ke mhlawumbe ke 4.5 centimeter okusuka ke kwi midline uya ngaku right kanti leyo nxeba ke belethi phezulu kwesithende uthathe ke ama centimeters awu 126 kanti ke inxeba ke leli elibonisa ke ukuthi inhlamvu yayiseseyiphuma ke manje emzimbeni usho leli ngale inhlamvu yangena leli ngapha inhlamvu yaphuma ushuthi ke kukhulunywa lana ke.
Yes, that is the exit wound. There's a diagram also indicating the wounds.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes, there is a diagram indicating the wounds and wound track. Wound 2 entrance, wound 3 exit, and wound track, wound 2 and 3. You also see that?
That's correct, I can see that.
What is of interest to me is the following. So, if your evidence is to be believed, the deceased is fighting with the second intruder.
Uma ngabe sizokhola ubufakazi bakho nangu umufi ulwisana nalona ke umngeneleli wesibili.
He's holding the second intruder's hand upwards.
Ubambe isandla salona umngeneleli wesibili usibambele phezulu okanye ingalo yakhe uyibambele phezulu.
How then did the deceased sustain the gunshot wound, the entrance to the chest, and the exit, fighting with the second intruder who was not in possession of a firearm? Can you explain that?
Please, my lord, the
witness is very clear. You asked him a question, where did the projectile land? You said we call it bullet. And he says, Angazi no we born. Zangi born. I didn't see it, he doesn't even know. He just heard a sound, a deafening sound. That's his evidence. He never said when the deceased was pinning. That's not the evidence.
May I rephrase the question? At what stage did you hear the sound of a gunshot at the time when the deceased was fighting with the second intruder?
Wezwa ukuxhuma kwesibhamu nini ngenkathi ke umufi eloko ebambene nayo lona umngeneli wesibili.
Bese kitchen lapha kitchen ngawuzwa se kitchen qhuma kwesibhamu.
We were in the kitchen. We were in the kitchen when the firearm went off.
You had said the second intruder, sorry, the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, was behind you.
Uthe kanjalo
Confirm that.
lona ke obe nama dreadlocks ube semva kwenu.
Yebo kunjalo.
It isn't indeed so. Behind you singular, behind you plural.
Behind you and the deceased.
Should emva kwenu nomufi.
Yes.
That's correct.
You told the court that you did not see where the gunshot landed.
Uthi ke
The
wena
first
azange
gunshot that you heard, the single one.
uthi azange ukubona ukuthi inhlamvu yafika yashaya kuphi.
Angibonanga ukuthi yaphuma yaya ngakuphi umsindo nje engawuzwa.
I didn't even see the
Umsindo
direction.
engawuzwa.
The direction it took. All that I heard was that noise.
Njoba ngisho nje even after incident angizange ngibone nala yashaya khona inhlamvu. Lo ngakubona lesi sikhondiswa ngaphoya ngibona late sekukhondiswa
As I
ngaphoya.
have already said, that even after the incident, I did not see the spot at which the bullet hit. Only when the police were pointing to us where the bullet actually hit, that's when I could see.
You know, after that single gunshot that you heard, if the deceased had a fight again with the first intruder,
Uyakwazi ukuthi kwaba nje nesikhathi lapho ke umufi alwa naye lona lo qala.
Angibonanga but if isibhamu masiqhuma wonke umuntu usuke ezama ukubaleka yala yakhona ngithi so angibonanga ukuthi wabaleka waya ngakuphi.
I didn't witness that. You see, when the gunshot goes off, everybody wants to run for cover. So I did not know, I mean, I didn't see where he ran to.
Yes, I'm still wanting him to listen. That's what you said originally.
yes, I'm done.
Now you're asking him questions.
No, it was in
I don't forget.
It was in respect of the
No,
postmortem.
he said to me, I want him to listen.
Yes.
Now, while I'm thinking, oh, let's listen. Now you come in with questions.
It was in respect of the postmortem report.
Oh, what?
It was in respect of the postmortem report.
I see.
Yes, there were follow-up questions, hence I was asking him those questions.
Okay.
We'll now go to the statement of Nonhlanhla Kelly Khumalo. It's A17. I'm going to read paragraph 8 and 9 of Exhibit 17. Paragraph 8 reads as follows, and I quote, "The one suspect with a gun was threatening people in the living room, and the tall, skinny one left the bedroom door and went to the living room where his friend was."
Isho njalo lapho ukuthi lo umsolo wokuqala bephethe isibhamu belonga esongela abantu laphayana ke kwi-living room okanye se-lounge nalona omude wayezaqile wasuka ke ngase gombeni lokulala wase ke uyahamba uya ngale ke lounge kanti ke lapho ke umngani wakhe bengakhona ngase lounge uyakubona lo.
I then remembered that my child was in the other bedroom, and I opened the door to go and see what was happening.
Istatement esikakheli lena ukhumbula ngase ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi ingane yami ingale ngasegumbini lokulala ngase ngivula umnyango ukuyobheka okanye ukubuka ukuthi kwakwenzakalani.
I then saw my mom struggling with the tall, skinny guy, and Senzo Meyiwa and Tumelo were busy struggling with the gunman.
Futhi ngase ngibona ulokhu njani my apologies, Your Lordship, I'm just trying to check that line.
I then saw my mom struggling with the tall, skinny guy, and Senzo Meyiwa and Tumelo were busy struggling with the gunman.
Ngase ngibona ke uma eloko ebambene nalokulisa omude ozaqile uSenzo noMthoko noTumelo bona ke bebeloko ke bebambane nalo oqala bephethe isibhamu.
I then tried to help my mother to push the tall guy. I did not know or see what was happening behind me. I only heard gunshots.
Ngase ngiyazama ke ukusiza uma ukuthi ngiphushe lo omuntu angazi ke ukuthi angazi isibhamu siqhuma kambala.
Paragraph 9 reads as follows, and I quote, "I jumped backwards and my sister said something hit her leg and she thought she was shot. I then saw Senzo running towards me, trying to grab me."
Ngase ke ngiyaqhuma ke ngimele emuva usisi wami wathi khona kumshayile khona la emlenzeni ubecabanga ukuthi udutshuliwe. Ngase ngibona uSenzo egijima eza kimina ezama ukungibamba.
I grabbed him, but I could see that he was weak. He fell into my arms and I saw a spot of blood on his back, and I turned him over. I saw a lot of blood on his chest.
Manje ngambamba kodwa ke ngaqaphela ukuthi ube buthakathaka wavela wawela kimi ezandleni zami. Ngabona ke ispot nje segazi ngasemuva kuye. Ngase ke ngiyamshintsha nje ukuthi ngembhekise kwelinye side. Ngabona ukuthi uphuma igazi eliningi oqhamuka khona laphana esifubeni.
He fell over the couch and I held him while screaming for help. At that time, the gunman was still in the house and my son was standing next to him.
Manje uthi ukuthi abone lesi spot segazi ngasemuva waseke uyamphendula ke wabona ukuthi igazi liphuma kakhulu lapho esifubeni. Igazi liphuma kakhulu esifubeni waseke uwela phezu kwecouch. Ngase ngiyambamba lokho ngimemeza usizo kanjalo. Ngaleso sikhathi ke lo obephethe isibhamu ube lokho ekhona lapho endlini. Kanti ke indodana yami ebiloko ime eduze naye.
Did you at some point struggling with the gunman, the first intruder, that is you, Senzo and Mthokozi Sithwala.
Ngabe khona isikhathi la wena Senzo Mthokozisi beniloko nibambene nalo mliso bephethe isibhamu lo wokuqala.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi yabona le statement lo ngifuna ukuthi azoyichazela yena le nto ayibhalile. Because nalelo gazi aliningi alishoyo ukuthi belibonaphi. Because mina ngikhumbula endlini benginamagazi bekunegazi lama sportinyana leli liningi alishoyo yena. Lo ngifuna azochazela abantu le nto ayishoyo ayibhale lapha.
I would wish for this person that had finished the statement to come and explain this honorable court about the a lot of blood that she had seen, because or that he or she has seen. That that particular person must then come and explain to the court, because as I have already indicated, I could only see the sprinkles or the spots of blood and not a lot of blood.
Because the statement sakhe mangifundela nje leyo maphathi ongifundela wona sinto efana nale ncwadi kaSoweto lento nje kufanele azoyichaza la kubantu umthoko akusiyo umuntu othanda ukulu.
Now that very statement that you are referring to me to is as good as that the material that was written by that Soweto guy, which is worthless, given the fact that Mtogo is not a hostile person. It's not a person that likes fighting.
And angikhumbuli ngibona umthokoziselo. The only thing ngikhumbula nje ukuthi umthoko wayemuva and mephume baleka waphuma mesho yena waphuma wabaleka makusho waphuma wabaleka so le ukuthi ubelwa ayangikhumbuli.
I do not remember seeing Mtogo fighting, because what I can remember, even he was from behind me, what happened was, at an earliest opportunity, Mtogo, fled out of the house. That which is being spoken here, or that which is now being narrated in the statement, I don't know it. I just don't know it. In fact, perhaps I should fix that one. Not that I do not remember him fighting. Let me say with certainty, Mtogo did not fight.
So ngingajabula le statement masingagoqwa sibeke eceleni umnikazi asazoyifundela yena lo doda ubhalela.
I would really be happy if the statement was to be folded and be put aside. Whoever finished this statement should come and explain this nonsense that's written here.
Yes.
Whilst we were inside the house on the 26th of October 2014, did the police arrive?
I beg yours?
Whilst we were inside the house, before you went to the hospital, did the police arrive?
Ngey 26 October 2014 nisendlini angokuba nizoya esibhedlela. Ngabe amaphoyisa afika yini khona lapha endlini?
Ngikhumbula sesibuya mina.
I only remember upon a return.
Ngikhumbula sesibuya kuhambisa uSenzo amaphoyisa. Ngikhumbula before some.
Only upon a return from taking Senzo to the hospital, not before we went to the hospital.
Did you see any police vehicle in the vicinity before you left to the hospital?
Angoba nizohamba nesibhedlela khona imoto amaphoyisa engena yibona khona kuleyo ndawo maduzane nje khona lapho okanye eduze nakuleyo ndawo.
Mina ayikho engayibona.
Personally, there is no police vehicle that I noticed or seen.
Amaphoyisa ngiyawakhumbula masisibuya esibhedlela.
I only remember the presence of the police upon a return from the hospital, and that was during the dawn of the day or in the dawn of the day.
In your evidence in chief, you also referred this court to a head which was discovered upon your return from the hospital.
Ebufakazini bakho ke ngenkathi umtshuthu sekubuza imibuzo wakhuluma nangesigqoko esesatholakala khona lapha endlini uma seniqhamuka khona esibhedlela.
Yebo kunjani?
It is so.
You also told this court that that head was worn by the first intruder.
Washo ke la enkantolo ukuthi leso sigqoko sagqokwe umngeneleli wokuqala.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, it is so.
Do you know, or did you see when it came off the first intruder's head?
Uye wakwazi ukubona uma leso sigqoko sisuka ke ekhanda lalo wokuqala.
Cha ngibonanga.
I did not witness that.
But you yourself said, do you wear a cap? Do you wear a cap?
Wena-ke uthe ugqoka i-cap.
Mina?
Do you
Me?
wear a cap in your lifetime?
Or
You wear a
wena-ke
cap?
uyayigqoka yini i-cap?
Ayi.
Ube wayigqoka phambilini?
Hayi cap. Isigqoko ngiye ngisigqoke but hayi cap.
Not a cap. I would at times put some hat on, but not a cap.
Futhi hayi le nhlobo yeyigqoko le ngathi iqinile le igqoko nje lezi ezithambile zindwa ngayi lesiya.
Not that sort, or not that type of a hat, like the one that is sort of hard in texture. I would usually, if I have to put a hat, it should be a softer one, lighter one as well.
So you are saying that you don't wear a hat similar to the one that was found?
Never.
Angikaze ngisigqoko isigqoko esiqinile lesi samakete hayi.
I've never put on a hat like that looks like the old man's hat. Never.
Since ngazalwa.
Ever since I was born.
Is it correct that on the 29th of October 2014, you attended an identity kit which was conducted by Warrant Officer Steenkamp?
On the 29th,
On the 29th of October.
Warrant Officer Steenkamp go be nelo konjana kubizela kuyi. Day 29th of October.
Noma ngize ngibe straight nje ngama date but khona la esake sabizwa khona for leyo days.
Yes, even though I cannot be certain about the dates, there was a state when we were called for that purpose.
According to this witness, Warrant Officer Steenkamp, you were the third person to be interviewed. Do you confirm that?
Okuya ngo Warrant Officer Steenkamp, wena waba umuntu wesithathu ukuthi ubuzwe imibuzo. Uyaqinisekisa lo?
Ngisakhumbula ngaba umuntu esingakho but ngikusho ukuthi ngiyakhumbula khona ukuthi sayo ukwenza lokho.
I cannot say number one was I on the line for being interviewed. All that I can remember is that we did go to the police for that purpose.
Warrant Officer Steenkamp says the following. The third person to be interviewed, in fact she says, the third person I interviewed was Tumelo Madala, who was much traumatized.
Umuntu wesithathu engambuza imibuzo kwaba uTumelo Madlala okungukuthi ke ube shaqekile kakhulu. Usho njalo ke Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Yeah, qinisile information njalo.
No, yeah, he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. I wasn't okay.
He saw the scuffling between suspect A and the deceased.
Between
Suspect A and the deceased.
uthi wabona ke ukubambana shikashiko wenzakalayo phakathi kwalo umangali wokuqala nowesibili ulokho njalo i-suspect nomufi suspect leyo yokuqala nomufi.
After hearing the gunshots, he ran off to one of the rooms.
Emva kokuthi ke ezwe kuchuma isibhamu wase uyabaleka ungena kwelinye lamagumbi khona laphayana.
Yebo.
Yes.
He gave a similar description of suspect A. I showed him Kelly and her sister's compilation, and he was satisfied with the ID kit. He could not compile the second suspect.
Waphana ke ngencazelo efana nalena eka suspect A. Kanti ke mayelana ke nalona uwesibini wahluleka ke ukuthi aphana naleyo ncazelo.
Is it correct that you told Warrant Officer Steenkamp during the interview that you saw the scuffling between suspect A and the deceased?
Yes.
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi wamtshela khona lo ukuthi wabona ukubambana kwakwenzeka phakathi komufi no suspect A.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you further tell the warrant officer that you could not compile the second suspect?
kanti ke wamtshela ukuthi awukwazi ukuphana ngesithombe kanye umfanekiso mayelana no suspect lo wesibili.
Hayi ngiyaqaka lento ayibhale la because mangade ungifundele statement sokuqala engasenze phosphorus ukuchazela ukuthi ngamchaza ukuthi ubemude kanjani ne. So ngiyaxakeka mase ngenza lokho emva kwalo mase ngizobhala ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngimkhombe angikwazi lo.
I'm actually riddled with this one that I won't be able to identify the second one. Should remember that I did indicate that on the statement that was finished in false arrest that I was able to identify the tall one.
You told this court that the first suspect was wearing a hat.
Utshele inkantolo ukuthi lo umsolo wokuqala ube ugqoke isigqoko.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
You further told this court that the second suspect was wearing a hoodie jacket.
Lokuthi lona owesibili umsolo ube ugqoke ijacket ye-hoodie.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
That is not what Mthokozi Sithwala told this court.
Actually lokho uMthokozi sakutshela inkantolo.
Yeah, njengoba ngila nami ngizele esami statement uMthoko wayizele sakhe so indlela abona ngayo noKheli noma noZandi mina ngizotshela nje inkantolo engakubona okuyikho. So ukuthi uMthoko uthini nobani ayi mina ngicabanga ukuthi kungifaka kakhulu lo kwaMthoko or ukubhala omunye umuntu.
Yes, I've already indicated that I'm here in court to come and finish this court with my statement pertaining what is it that I have personally witnessed. As far as what Mthoko is saying in his statement, or whether whatever it is that is being spoken by Kelly in her statement, that has got nothing to do with me. Yes. Mine is to tell this honorable court about what I personally...
Correct. We're still waiting for the details of what Mthoko said, but what counsel is saying that is not what Mthoko said is not correct. Still waiting for the details as to in which respect is Mthoko not correct.
Yes, counsel.
Yes, I was still going there. Thank you. Mthokozi Sithwala told this court that the first intruder, the one with dreadlocks, was wearing a hoodie jacket.
As a court, please, that is not correct. That is what was stated in the statement, and he stated that there was a miscommunication between him and the statement taker. His evidence in court was clear, my lord.
Which court are you talking about?
I'm on the statement as well. Maybe I did not clarify that. In his statement, he said that.
Not in court?
Not in court.
You'll be surprised because it's the first time I hear this.
Yes.
Still, my lord, he cannot put, Mthoko clearly told the court that there was a miscommunication between him and the statement taker.
Writer.
I think it's incorrect then to put what Mthoko basically disavowed.
My point, my lord, is that the witnesses in the house on factual observation are seeing 2 or 3 different things on very same factual observation of the incident. That was the point I was driving at.
I hear you.
I was drawing the witnesses' attention to what Twada said in his statements.
But this witness continuously says, you know what? Mina ngizele into engiyibonile.
Yes.
I won't comment ukuthi uRatha uthini.
Yes.
Or uKheli uthini.
Maybe I must put to him this assertion.
Okay, fine.
Say, on the very same factual observation, the witnesses are telling this court different observation. Why is that so? Do you know?
Ungakwazi lokho ukuthi amaqiniso akhishwa lana nje kuyingxenye yobufakazi bofakazi la enkantolo ahlukile. Futhi bonke ofakazi abakhulumi into efanayo emaqinisweni athize ubufakazini babo. Uyakwazi ukuthi ngaba unombangelo walokho.
Once again, my lord, it's a very general statement. I think counsel must be specific as to what is he referring to.
You say you must specify what's different factually from witness A, B, C, D, and this witness, if possible.
it will cause me to go to the record. I'm reminded, my lord, that it is 20 past 11.
That's okay. Okay, let's adjourn.
Take a short adjournment. Thank you. We then pushed them, that is now both the gentlemen, together with the one that was struggling with Kelly for the door, and push both of them to the kitchen, close quotation.
No. It is on, okay, we don't find it here.
The record that I read earlier on, it's the same record.
I am in page number 49.
The
Line
evidence
number
of the
9.
18th of July 2023.
This one says the 20th of July 2023.
Since it is not long, maybe it is not long.
All right.
It says, and I quote, I'm reading again, and we then, all of us, stood up.
Sonke ke sase siyasukuma.
We then pushed them, that is now both the gentlemen, together with one that was struggling with Kelly for the door, and pushed both of them to the kitchen, close quotation.
Sabaphusha bothu kanjalo. Kakhulukazi nalona obelwa noKelly. Ubuya laphana ke emnyango wasekitchen.
Okwenzeka uzokufunda la kwesami statement. Then masubuza ngesami lesi sibhalwa abanye ngithe ngicela ukuthi singagciki kakhulu angisho ukuthi ungakwenzi but angeke ngibaphendulele abanye abantu.
I think, Mr. Ngumalo, you may ask me a question that is pertinent to my statement. When you get to my statement, you can ask me a question. Not that perhaps I'm trying to be evasive, but where others are concerned, I would wish for you to emphasize on the content of my statement.
Okay, I do understand that, but what I'm inviting you to comment, is this what I've just read, how it happened or not?
Yabona engifuna nje ukusho ukuthi njengoba ke ikhulunywa ngaleyo ndlela wena uthini ke ilokho engithanda ukuthi uphawule nje kuphela ngendlela bathi yenzeke ngakhona nangendlela wena owazi ngakhona bengingathanda ukuthi wena uphawule.
Hayi indlela okwenzeke ngakhona Mr. Mimalo ngakuthola kwesami statement and angisho ukuthi ungangibeki lokho ungangizwisi kona ungangizwisa kona but okwaba kusiko kaDumela.
Now, how it transpired, that will be found in my statement. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be perhaps putting it to me pertaining what Tumelo and or rather pertaining what they are saying. That you can do, but I'm saying that if you expect for me to respond, then you should at least ask me about what is written in my statement. That is Tumelo Madlam.
I think abakubhalile nabo inkantolo ezokubona ithatha inqumo noma ezokwenza ezodila ne-statement zabo esami nje ngizodila naso nami wasasibhalwe yimini.
What they have written, that should be left in the hands of the court. The court will then decide what to make of their statements. I'm just saying that we should focus on the statement that I had provided or that I had finished.
Lastly, on page 50 of the transcribed record, the response by Ms. Kumano in her evidence in chief, it reads as follows, and I quote, I took the crutch and tried to hit the tall one with it, but could not reach. And then Tumelo took the crutch from me, and I was the one who hit the gentleman with the crutch.
And I was the one who hit.
And was the one who hit the gentleman.
Ngazama ke ukuthi ngishaye lona omude ngecrash kodwa ke mina bengimfishane istatement isaka bengimfishane mina ke ngishaya lo mude lo uTumelo wayithatha leyo crash wase ke uyamshaya mina.
Ngiyabuzwa Mr. Ngimalo ngicabanga ukuthi ngingayikhulumela khona la ilokuthi nami ngathatha icrash.
I think what I can react to is that point that says I also took a crash. That I can react to it.
Because angikhumbuli nje ngiphatha icrash in the day kitchen angikhumbuli.
Because I do not remember getting hold of a crutch on that day in a kitchen.
Lastly, I just need clarity on this. You will confirm if you can and deny if you did not say it. In your evidence in chief,
uvumelane uma ngabe uyavumelana okanye uphike uma ngabe uyakuphikisa lokho.
Okay.
in your evidence in chief, did I hear you clearly that your evidence was that after you had finished smoking, you were then invited inside the house by Kelly Kuman?
Ngeke ngakuzwa ngikuzwa kahle mhlawumbe ngenkathi umshushisi sekubuza imibuzo uthi wena emva kokuthi niqeda ukubhema nase niyamenywa ke nimenyelwa endlini uye lona uKelly Kuman ngabe ngikuzwe kahle
to say your goodbyes
ukuthi nikwazi ukuthi niyovalelisa endlini
ya lokho ngiyakuzochaza futhi ya wafika simi ngasemnyango impela wase yasibuza imthayo siniyahamba ningavalisana endlini le trailer asabuyela khona emuva endlini.
Yes, that I can confirm.
Yeah. Right,
she came and we're standing next to the door, and she said that, are you now just about to leave and you haven't even said goodbye inside of the house? And that's when we went into the house to say our goodbyes.
Yes.
That I confirm.
Did you say in your evidence in chief, you will correct me if I'm wrong, that before you could enter the house, you had a commotion inside the house? Did you say that?
Ngabe usho kanjalo? I've never said that.
Which evidence are you listening to?
The very same
No,
evidence. Yes.
first time I hear that. Even
Yes,
Mr. Baloi also says that was never said.
It's just that I was listening to a recording. I was just confirming it, my lord, if it did mention that in his evidence in chief or not.
Okay.
Ngajabula mase ngizwe leyo nto angikhumbule nayo langeliyi-1 ilanga ngisho mangasungizwise Mr. Nxumalo ngabe ngangijabula.
If you can help me hear that. I do not remember, not even on a single day, saying that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sholo?
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Mr. Madlala,
Yes, advocate.
have you testified in court before?
Uke wathula ukufaka
This
bakho phambili
incident.
enkantolo mayelana ke nalesi sigameko.
No, I mean before this incident, have you ever testified in any
Oh.
court, whether it's a lower court, small claims court, high court?
Angikaze ngitestify.
I've never testified in court before.
Okay. It's your first time now.
Uyaqala
Yebo.
ukuza la enkantolo.
Yebo.
Yes, it's my first time.
And then when you are testifying, Mr. Madlala, I am putting questions to you and you are expected to give answers. Do you understand that?
Uyabona uma uthula ubufakazi bakho yimina ubuza imibuzo kanti kulindeleke ukuthi wena ke uphendule leyo mibuzo.
So that you
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
find yourself asking me questions, because I'm not the one who is giving answers.
Ungazoyithola ke usubuza uadvocate imibuzo lapha ngoba ke akusiwuyena ophana ngeimpendulo. Yazwa?
Kunzima ngiyakuzwa kodwa.
It is difficult. I can hear you, but it is difficult.
Unfortunately, it's the procedure that we have to follow when you are testifying in court under cross-examination.
Ngeshwa ke iyona ndlela ke okanye inkambo yala enkantolo uma ngabe uthula ubufakazi bakho la enkantolo.
Ngiyakuzwa.
If
I
you
hear you,
want,
advocate.
if you want me to repeat the question, you must just tell me to repeat the question.
Uma ngabe ke uyathanda ukuthi ngikubuze ufuna ukuthi ngiphinde lo mbuzo ungakwenza lokho.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you, advocate.
Okay. And the reason, Mr. Madlala, why you are before this court, it's because we want to find out from you what transpired on the date of the incident.
Ngalolo suku ke lesigameko.
Yebo kuyazwakala.
Yes, I can hear that.
We know what has been said by other witnesses in their statements.
Siyazi ukuthi okwakhulunywa ngabanye ofakazi batheni kuma statement wabo lokho siyakwazi.
We know what those who have testified have said before this court.
Nalabo ke abathule ubufakazi babo la enkantolo siyazi ukuthi nabo batheni.
So if I happen to refer you to the evidence of the witness, it's because I want you to comment on your own as a person who was there inside the house when the incident took place.
Uma ngikuthatha ngibuyisa ke kwingxenye ethize yobufakazi bomuntu othize, ngithanda nje ukuthi wena okanye ngifisa ukuthi wena ukwazi ukukhuluma ngokwakho ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakho buthini mayelana ke nalokho kwenzeka ngelanga lesigameko uma ke usuthathanisa nalokho okukhulunywa nalabo abantu. Uyazwakala?
Ngithanda ukudideka mangithi advocate ngizokhomenta mengifundela into zabanye abantu.
I get a bit confused when the advocate is saying that she will be referring me to the statements of other people. It's going to be difficult.
Kuzoba nzima ukuthi ngiphendule into eyabhalwa omunye umuntu.
It will be difficult for me to answer what was written by someone else.
But eyami kuzoba lula ukuthi ngiziphendulele because into eqondene nami.
Where mine is concerned, it will be easy for me to can respond to it because it has to do with me.
Okay. Let's go step by step, Mr. Madlala. You'll see what I'm saying.
Okay.
Ake sithathe nje isinyathelo ngesinyathelo. Uzobona ke ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani. Understood.
Okay.
And
No problem.
I want to believe that you have passed the metric, your metric, Mr. Madlala, so that I know which level do I engage you in terms of the questions, the line of questioning.
Cabanga ke ukuthi uma tikolotsheni umphasile ke ngikwazi ukuthi nami mangibuza imibuzo ke okanye mangikhulumisana nawe lapho ngikazi ukuthi kumele ngihlale kweliphi izinga ke lokubuza imibuzo.
I suppose the witness doesn't have to answer that question.
Which metric are you referring to? The one which you pass with 30%? Or the one which I did about 50 years ago?
No, I think from the age of the witness, it's the current one.
I see, okay.
Yes.
Yes, let's continue.
My qualifications, I don't think a witness. I think witness ngabe lumbanga owayekhona no akufanele ukuthi kuzoba umuntu ofundile as long as ukhona witness. But le yokufunda I understand this guy advocate.
Where qualifications are concerned, as long as you're a witness, as long as you were there when the incident transpired. But as far as education or your academic qualifications are concerned, I don't understand you there, advocate.
No problem, Mr. Madlala. If you have not passed metric, there is no problem. Let's proceed. We'll see.
Our passing metric as to beg.
Angawuphasa uthi ngisheshe ngikusho aliki class engakaphinda neli1.
I did, and I did not fail even one grade. I did pass my metric, not even one class did I have to repeat.
Thank you very much. You know, if you're going to give positive answers like that, we're just going to be very short.
Yabona ke uma ngabe uzophana ke ngeimpendulo ezinjalo ezimfishane kanjalo ke nathi soba bafishane kanjalo.
You testified, Mr. Madlala, that you were a friend to the deceased. Am I correct?
Usho kanjalo ukuthi ubungumngani kumufi.
Kuyiqiniso lokho.
That is the truth.
And for a long period of
Kade
time.
side ningabangani.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
Am I correct to think that you were in good terms with the deceased at the time of his death?
Ngenkathi eshona bensazwana kahle na.
Yes, asikaze singazwani.
We were never in bad terms or in bad blood before.
Can you describe, okay, sorry, can I just rephrase my word? Will you discuss with the deceased as a friend of the deceased about love relationships one will have, yours and the deceased one?
Njengomngane nomufi benikwazi ukuthi ngingaxoxisana ke naye ngixoxe nje ngendaba zothando.
And about the girlfriends you had, you know, those sort of friendship.
Benixoxa into enjalo.
Yebo, besixoxa.
Yes, we'll discuss such.
Okay. Have you also the deceased and Miss Kelly Kumalo?
Ubukwazi ke kwakwenzakala nike okanye ubudlelwano babukhona phakathi komufi no Miss Kelly Kumalo. ngakwazi ukuqaqisa lapho.
Ya bengazi ukuthi baya jola if ngayibeka kanjalo bengazi ukuthi bayajola.
Yes, I knew that they were in a love relationship or bayajola.
Do you know if they had any problems or if they had encountered any problems?
Ubukwazi ke ukuthi mhlambe bene inkinga nje ingqinama ezazikhona mhlambe elokhunjaneni edluleni baba.
Angeke ngakhuluma ke lokho ezinto zenzekile ngaphambilini engafuni futhi mina.
Well, I cannot answer that one. There are certain things that transpired previously that has got nothing to do with me that I cannot answer.
And you further testified that you came to visit Senzo, the deceased, on the 26th of October when the incident took place.
Wakusho ke ukuthi ubuzovakashela umufi makuzokwenzeka lesi sigameko nge-26 October 2014.
Yebo kunjani?
It is so, yes.
Did you know where the deceased was staying at that time? When you came to visit him?
Mawuzomvakashela kanjalo ngaleso sikhathi ubukwazi ukuthi bebehlala kuphi?
Ya bengazi mangaphosisi mhlawumbe sengivakashe kathathu.
Yes, I knew where he was residing. If I'm not mistaken, I had already visited him about 3 times.
Okay, where had you visited him?
Ubumvakashela kuphi mawuzomvakashela?
Sengisho entweni yakhe ehlangene noKelly la bebehlala khona eMalbatini.
In their affair with Kelly, where they were residing in Malberton.
Ngivakashe endaweni eziningi akahlala kuzona uSenzo. Sengisho la esehlala khona noKelly bewise eMalbatini.
Now I had visited Senzo on various residential places. I'm now referring to where he was residing with Kelly, that is in Malberton.
How many times had you visited the deceased in Joburg? If you can recall. If you can't recall, there is no harm. Just tell the court you can't recall.
I visited him in Winchester and Berkeley as well, and Malberton as well.
Okay. Where last had you visited him?
Malberton.
For how many times?
I
think we are tatu.
If I'm not mistaken, 3 times.
Okay. So you were acquainted with Miss Kelly Kumalo?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Whose place was it at Malberton? If you know.
I knew it to be Senzo's place.
Okay. And it is your evidence that at the hospital, after the incident had taken place, midnight, you did not have a place to sleep. As a result, you went with Miss Kelly Kumalo and Zali to Malberton. Am I correct?
Ubungesenayo ke indawo yokuyolala ngalokho ke wahamba no Miss Kelly kuya khona le eMalberton ngabe kuyiqiniso lokho?
Not exactly because ngangihamba nomthoko before ngithanda.
Not exactly. I could have traveled together with Mtoko if it was what I actually wished for.
Yeah, so why did you choose to go with Kelly instead of going with Mtoko?
Wakhetha ke ukuthi uhambe noKelly ungahambi noMthokozisi.
Angithi inhloso yami vele bengivakashele lapha ya.
Now, remember initially my intention was to visit that place.
And ngiyaqala futhi kuza khona.
And that was also not the first time visiting that place.
Okay. So that's the reason you wanted to spend that night with Kelly.
Kwaba yisona sizathu esenza ukuthi wena ufuna ukuqeda ubusuku bakho khona laphayana naye.
Angazi ukuthi ngizophendula ngithini because egcineni nje wangangizela kwakuzobuya kanjani after sekwenzeke lento nama ngisekho futhi.
Now I don't know how should I answer that one since I had come here and the incident transpired. How would what picture would it cast if I were not to be found after the incident?
And when did you make the statements?
When's lesi statement nini?
sokuqala
Is it the first statement? There are many statements that are made.
The first statement,
Statement
immediately
of-
after the incident.
Emva kokuthi kwenzakale lesigameko wasenza lesi statement.
lapho ngizothanda because masibuya esibhedlela siye la kwenzeka khona lento khona nomunye uphoyisa wayebhale ngibuza so angazi noma kwakuyi statement naleso
I would be a bit unsure about that because even when we came back from the hospital, and there is one police official that was asking me questions, and he was writing something or she was writing something. So I cannot say as to whether was that now a statement or what.
Okay, did he ask you to sign any document
Wakucela ukuthi mhlambe kube ne-document ethizoyisayinayo
at that time?
ngaleso sikhathi.
no wayengibuza nje ngento eyenzekile abhale phansi but angikhumbuli ngisayini.
I do not remember signing any document. All that he was doing was interviewing me about what transpired there.
So it means you did not sign any statement that night.
Lobo busuku azange usayine statement.
Angizange
That is correct. I never signed.
And from Exhibit V1, you only signed on the following day, which is 27th.
Wasayina nge 27. Kumbuka kuleso statement esithi V1.
Yes, ngiyakhumbula sase police station.
Yes, I remember we were at the police station at Foslores.
And from the date of incident up to the time when you made the statement on the following day, you were with Miss Kelly Kumalo, Miss Zandi Kumalo.
Sonke lesikhathi emva kokuthi kwenzakale lesigameko kufika ngalesi sikhathi uzophana ngestatement sakhe emaphoyiseni obuluko unaye uMiss Kelly Kumalo noMiss Zandi Kumalo.
Yabo ngisho kanjalo.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And obviously you discussed about the shooting incident, which was traumatic to you guys.
Sobala ke ukuthi nakhuluma ngaleso sigameko sokudutshulwa ngoba ke wawushathekile oba non-shathekile.
Not exactly because indlela oyisho ngakho not exactly because kwakuleke kufika abantu so nesimo ngangikusona mangakutshela nje iqiniso nokulala ngangisaba ngisho ukuvala amehlo.
Not exactly as to how you are putting it now, because there were instances or intervals of the arrival of other people as well. Even myself, the state I was in, I couldn't even wink a little.
Let's try, Mr. Madlala, to answer what has been asked. If I want to ask about your condition, I will ask that. But for now, my question is, obviously from the time of the incident up to the time when you made the statement, you'll discuss this case. You'll discuss the traumatic incident we have just gone through because we were sitting down discussing directly or indirectly.
Manje asiphendule lokho ke obuzwa khona. Zama ukuphendula lokho. Kanti ke ukusuka ngalesi sikhathi kwenzakala lesigameko ukufika ke leso sikhathi ke uzophana ngestatement nge-27 October 2014 ubunaye kakhulukazi ubani uKelly naye uZandi Khumalo enibeni lokunixoxa ke ngokuthi ke lesi sigameko saba buhlungu kangakanani wanisandiphatha kanjani ukuthi mhlambe wamtshela umuntu ngqo okanye wezwa mhlambe bona beloko bekhuluma kodwa ke lento yakhulumeka.
No, isikhathi esiningi advocate nje sorry ukuthi uphendula ngalendlela isikhathi esiningi Kelly ubeyivalele ekamereni then mase kufika lawo abantu abeza kuyena njengoba ngingachaza phambili kwafika noChiko khona umfana wafika noAkhumuzi babefika nje bebaningi abantu lapha.
What I can say to you, advocate, that Kelly most of the times she would lock herself in the bedroom, and as I've indicated that there are a number of people that would also frequently be arriving there, and the likes of Chico Twala also arrived. One young man also arrived there. Oteno Banu Sipo Akumzi also. Then it was uzophuma ke ababone then aphinde futhi
umuntu wayekhona nje uma wakhe
uzophuma uKelly
aphinde aye ekamereni lakhe aphinde ahlale nalabantu la.
Yes, and then Kelly would come out of the bedroom and entertain those visitors and then go back again into the bedroom.
Okay.
Umama wakhe wenzani?
Uyena phela wayeleke khona nje ngenza ukudla ngani because ngangafuna nokudla ngaleso sikhathi.
And her mother was also instrumental in preparing food. you know, because
Oh.
myself during that time,
They were feeding you with food.
at that time I did not want food.
bebengibuza ukuthi ngilangilamba
They
ngani.
would ask me as to whether am I not hungry.
Oh, okay. So they were offering you. They were doing some favors to you.
Bekwenzela-ke ama-favorites.
Understand motion.
I don't understand you when you say
Offering
that.
food.
Bakupha ukudla kusho okanye
Igama
mhlawumbe-
lika-favor lingena kanjani?
Now, how do you bring favor into
And
this
also
now?
offering you accommodation.
Bakupha-ke nendawo yokuhlala.
Accommodation ngingachazela ukuthi eyakasenzo ngazi ukuthi eyakasenzo.
No,
So ngisasile endaweni yakasenzo.
I have already explained to you that as far as the accommodation is concerned, that is Senzo's place.
And
And I'm still at Senzo's place.
And it is your evidence also in chief that the person who had deposited money for you in order to be able to come to Joburg, it was Miss Kelly Kumar.
Wakusho-ke ebufakazini bakhe bokuqala ukuthi umuntu wadepositela imali kwaba uye uMiss Kelly Khumalo.
Yes, wayengekwazi usenzo because the day babezodlala Saturday.
Yes, Senzo would not be able to do it because they were going to play on that day.
Don't belong, Mr. Madlala. If
Ungabe
the
bonke.
answer is yes, just say yes. The
Uma
person who
impendulo ukuthi
deposited
yebo.
money for you to come to Joburg, it was Miss Kelly Kumar. Yes.
Umuntu wakufakela imali yokuthi uze la eGoli kwaba uMiss Kelly Khumalo kunjalo.
Angazi ngizophendula kanjani because mayiqala lento ngifonela usenzo. So ngazi ukuthi yonke le nto iphuma kuyena ukuthi ifaka ubani kanjani angihlangene
I don't know how to answer you on that, Lord,
because
because
vile sengikushilo.
all these things started with Senzo, you know, being involved in it. I understand that it was Senzo that have arranged that I should come, and as to who actually had the opportunity to go and deposit, that is something that I cannot really understand.
Was it not your evidence during examination in chief that the person who deposited money for you to come to Joburg was Miss Kelly Kumar?
Akusibona ubufakazi bakho ukuthi umuntu owafaka imali yokuthi wena uze kwaba uKelly Khumalo.
Ngikushilo lokho.
I did say so.
Okay, are you changing it?
We are changing
So
our
you're speaking-
Into la ngizoyishintsha advocate.
There is nothing that is contained in here which I will change.
So
I
you
will
agree
never
with
change.
me that another offer that was given to you by Miss Kelly Kumalo is the money that she deposited to you in order to come to
Because I think, with respect, I think counsel is misunderstanding the witness. The witness did say he was in communication with the deceased, and the deceased inquired as to whether he received the money, and the money then reflected, and the deceased then phoned him thereafter. And the witness has said he's been under the impression that it's the deceased who arranged that.
Yes, that's how I understood the evidence.
Thank you, my lord. But the person who did the actual deposit was Kelly.
Whose money was it? That's the point. Whose money was it, as far as you are concerned?
Eyasenzo.
Ngiya ngawe,
Eyasenzo.
imali yabantu. It was Senzo's money.
Let's make some progress, please.
Okay, when you arrived inside the house at the Kumalos homestead now, you testified that you consumed some alcohol. Am I correct? Is that your evidence?
Khumalo uye wafakaza ukuthi nena phuza utshwala kwani beniphuza utshwala.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
And it is also evidence that you only drank 2.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi
Did you say 2 or 3?
waphuza 2 noma 3.
So lesithatha ngathi la lingakapheli ya.
I did not finish the third one.
Okay. I'm going to show you the pictures of the evidence that was recovered by the police at the crime scene, and that evidence was taken into photo albums, and it's the evidence before this court as the only cans that were recovered inside the house.
Ngizokubonisa-ke isithombe seyingxenye zobufakazi ezatholwa amaphoyisa uma amaphoyisa efika lapha, kanti-ke kwenziwa-ke iy'thombe ngalezo ngxenye zobufakazi.
Yebo.
Yibona kuphela-ke ubufakazi mayelana-ke nokuthi kwatholakala khona laphana endlini. Yibona-ke ubufakazi obukhona.
Is it also evidence that all of you were inside the house were consuming alcohol?
Ubufakazi bakho
Or it was
ukuthi
only you?
nonke benisendlini beniphuza utshwala nonke endlini?
No, I don't think umntwana angaphuza utshwala. I don't think umakhelwane engaphuzi nabantwana babengaphuzi.
No. I do not think that a child would have consumed liquor, and Mrs. Kelly Kumalo or Mrs. Kelly Kumalo Senior, she also was not drinking liquor.
Okay. Then tell us who were drinking.
Oh, bana bephuza utshwala.
It was yourself?
Wena.
Zandi,
Was myself.
Kelly, Senzo, Mtogo.
Myself, Zandi, Kelly, Senzo, and Togo.
Okay. Excluding, except for the mother and the child.
Ngaphandle komama
Ninga,
nengane.
yes.
That is correct.
So the cans that you had consumed will be more than the two that are depicted there, am I correct?
Ushuthi ke amakhelwane waphuzile andlule lawa abonakala lesi.
I mean all of you,
Shuthi nina nonke.
out of all the people who were drinking inside the
Nina
house.
nonke ke beniphuza lapha.
Yebo kunjani?
It is indeed so, yes.
So in other words, the amount of cans that are depicted in that picture does not reflect the correct amount of cans you had consumed, all of you inside the house.
Ushuthi ngamanye amazwi lokho kubonakala lapha ke akubonisi ke isithombe esiphelele o esimayelana ke notshwalo enaphuza ninonke bonke lobo utshwalo.
Yebo uqinisile akubonisi lokho and akubonisi futhi lobu sababu sefridgini. Akubonisi futhi noba sebulahliwa sebu-empty.
Yes, you're definitely right. It doesn't show even the liquor that was in the fridge, and as well as those that have already been discarded, it doesn't show. You are correct.
Is there anyone who will clean up, remove the empty cans as you were continuing drinking?
Ngabe khona umuntu obeloko esusa ke amakhena empty manje lokuqhubeka naniphuza.
Ngiyacabanga kunjalo because sasingangikaze ahlale la ama-cans phambi kwakho because enza ney'number. I don't think ayizohlala la phambi kwethu kanjalo.
I think it was so.
Because nokulandwa futhi ekhishini ayilandwa umuntu sasingabe siyilandela thina ayilandwa umuntu.
Moving cans?
Ethi ngisho kanjalo uke wabona umuntu esusa amakhena lapho?
Cha.
No.
Up to the time when you left to the hospital?
Nize nihambe ke niye esibhedlela.
Yebo.
Yes.
And at the time, by the time when you left to the hospital, there is no one who cleaned the floor inside the lounge.
Ukufika leso sikhathi senihamba niye esibhedlela akekho umuntu oke waklina khona laphayana phansi ngase
Where you had been sitting before the incident.
ngase lounge. Ngabe niloko nihleli khona phambi kokuthi kwenzakala lesigameko.
Anginayo impendulo yalapho because thina saphuthumisa usenzo and then ukuthi kwenzakalani after sambile angeke ngakwazi lokho.
I do not have the surety of that because we rushed Senzo to the hospital. As to what happened after we had left, no, I do not have any knowledge of
No,
that.
my question is before you left to the
Mina
hospital.
umbuzo wami ukuthi angokuba nihambe niye esibhedlela.
Did you see if there is anyone, try to recall, did you see if there is anyone who cleaned the floor?
Kungabe angokuba
At the
nizohamba
lounge.
esibhedlela.
Hayi anginotisanga lokho.
I did not notice that.
Okay. You furthermore, when you were during cross-examination by one of the defense counsel, you said how possible that Ngashe would have...
Bebephethe ini ongqashe mabagijimisa. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, just correct me if I'm putting it the other
Uma
way
ngabe
around.
mhlamba ngiyibeki kahle ke ukwazi
Okay.
ungiqondise. Yes, yes.
You remember that?
Uyakhumbula lokho?
Yes, ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember that.
So in other words, you were saying how would Ngashes be able to trace an armed person when they were not armed? Am I
Ngamanye
correct?
amazwi lokho bokusho ukuthi bebengagijimisa kanjani umuntu ophethe isikhali kuyena kodwa bona ke bengaphethe isikhali. Ilokho mhlawumbe uqondo kusho.
Ngibuza ukuthi babephetheni.
I only asked what were they in possession of.
Why did you ask that question?
Yingani uye wabuza lo mbuzo?
Ngibuzisa ukuthi kunzima ukuthi ungajaha umuntu ophethe isibhamu ungaphethe lutho.
I'm asking that question because it is difficult for you to chase a person who is in possession of the firearm and you are not even in possession of any weapon.
If it's difficult for a person to chase someone who is armed, and when that person is not armed, how come Longwe Twana was able to push an armed person and run away?
manje ke uyakusho lokho ukuthi kunzima ukuthi umuntu angagijimisa umuntu ophethe isibhamu yena engaphethe lutho kuyena kuze kanjani ke ukuthi ulongethwala aphushe lo muntu obephethe isibhamu kodwa kungukuthi ulongethwala yena ubengaphethe isikhali kuyena.
And also secondly, before you answer, just hang in there if the court allows me. How come also the people who were not armed inside the house were able to attack the alleged intruder having a fire?
Manje nabo labo bantu abangasendlini abebengaphethe lutho kuze kanjani ukuthi ke bona bayeke bahlasele umuntu okanye baphushe umuntu owaye ephethe isikhali bona ukuthi bengaphethe lutho.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa ke siqale ngalokho kwalongo nje.
Yes, I hear you. Let's start.
Lokwalongo ngifana nawe nami advocate. Nami ngisazibuza la namhlanje.
Well,
ukuthi wayenza kanjani leyo nto. Ngiyafana nawe nami.
I'm just like you on that one. As for how he did it, I'm still asking myself that question. How did Longwe do that?
But it's impossible for a person who is not armed to push someone who is armed, approach and push someone who is armed.
Akhonakala ukuthi umuntu ongaphethe lutho kuyena aphushe umuntu ophethe isikhali kuyena.
Ngiyajabulela ke lo part ngoba lo muntu akashoni usakhona. Kufanele eze la azophendula yonke into ukuthi wayenza kanjani yena.
You see I like that part because the person to whom this refers is still alive, he's not dead. He can come and answer for himself.
Don't worry about that person. He's coming. I'm asking now, it's your turn to answer your question. You had said you had said
no, I cannot answer for him. I cannot answer for him. If you ask me how was he able to push him, and yet you are asking that to me, you should ask that to him and not to Melo.
I'm asking from what we have said in this court. And I'm asking your understanding to what we have said to this court to say it would have been difficult for Ngashe to follow and chase armed suspects. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
agijimisa okanye onqashe bagijimisa kanjani ke abantu abaphethe ikhali bona bengaphethe.
So in other words, I am saying it which would also would have been difficult for Longwe to approach an armed person. Same as Ngashe's.
Wona lo mqondo bese ngizalana ke kuLongwe. Ngithi nakuLongwe ke bekuzoba nzima ukuthi azophusha umuntu ophethe isikhali kuyena kungukuthi yena ke bengaphethe lutho.
100% right.
So, as a court prisoner, the witness says it happened, as to now why should he now cast his mind back and say it would have been difficult? I don't think it's a fair question. Maybe my learned friend can leave it for argument.
Thank you, my lord. If my learned friend is giving the answer on behalf of the witness, I take it, my lord, and I accept it. It's more clear. It's more clear now. The answer is clear. That's what I wanted. Thank you, my lord.
Kanti anginayo inkinga ukuphendula advocate. Ngirelaxe kakhulu kubuyazi nesikhathi sonke anginayo inkinga. Ngingabona ngathi ngiyaphenke ngivele ngithule la ngoba but ngiyakwazi ukuziphendulela.
If you knew I'm so well relaxed. I'm able to answer for myself.
But into engayicela advocate.
Mr. Madlala.
Angibuzi kakhulu ngezitatements zabantu.
Mr. Madlala.
Uzobuza ama questions.
Mr. Madlala.
Yes.
Please behave yourself. Behave yourself.
Ngokunjalo now advocate.
Mr. Baloyi is representing the state. He has raised an objection to the court. We are dealing with the objection which we have nothing to say about it.
Yabona ke oBabaloyi khona nje ukhathazeka ukuthize akuphakamisile kanye isiphakamiso asilethela enkantolo ke okwamanje sibhekene leso siphakamiso esiqhamuka ngapha ke kuBabaloyi ke.
Do you understand that? Yes.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho.
Yes.
But hayi ukuthi mhlambe ngiyaphendulela. Mina ngiable ukuziphendulela. Ngiyaziphendulela mina advocate.
It's not that I cannot answer for myself.
Yes,
I can answer for myself. Just relax, advocate.
If there is an objection, Mr. Madlala, you wait and you keep quiet.
Yabona uma ngabe khona ukhize okhathaza omnye wa abameli lana wena uthukulinda kancane ukuze inkantolo ikwazi ukuqhubekisa ke yazakala wena ke awukhuluma.
Yes. Until I ask you question, then you will then answer.
Ufikela ke leso sikhathi ke ngikubuza umbuzo kanye ubuzwa imibuzo kulapho ke uzokwazi ukuthi wena uphendule. Yazakala?
Yes, Mr. Roy.
Next question.
I just want to point out that this is evidence that is on record, my lord. No one is answering on his behalf. This is evidence that is on record.
Okay.
No problem, my lord. I will argue at the end of the state of the case, my lord. Can I just proceed, my lord?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's now get inside the house, Mr. Madlala. Please listen carefully.
Lalela kahle ke bamazana.
That's the court, please. Can you just try to recall at the time of the shooting incident now inside the house? You understand?
Yes. Yes.
It is your evidence that after the first gunshot was fired, you ran away.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi emva kokuthi isibhamu siqhuma lokuqala wasuyabaleka.
Yebo kunjani?
Yes, it is so.
Did you see if there is anyone who also ran out of the spot where the shot was fired, be it in the kitchen passage where the shot was fired? Do you recall if there is anyone else who ran out of that space other than you?
Bona la bekwenzakala khona ke lento ukuthi uqhuma isibhamu uyabaleka wena. Uye wabona ukuthi khona omunye wabaleka yini. Mhlambe ukusuka ekitchen uyabaleka usuka edining room uyabaleka khona lapha epassage. Kodwa ke oke wabaleka nje.
No, akekho ongambona ukuthi wabaleka washona kuphi. Akekho.
No, there isn't any person that I had witnessed running and they fled to where that I did not witness.
Okay. You did not see Zandi running into the bathroom?
Azange ubone uZandi ebalekela ngase bathroom.
Akekho ngambona washona ngakuphi even nosenjwa ngithi agcina na kitchen kodwa mase ngiphuma esese edining.
There's no one that I had witnessed that they ran to where, even Senzo himself. Only when I came out of the bedroom I found him lying on the floor.
Okay, but in this case I'm just being specific, Mr. Malan. If you did see Zandi running into the bathroom.
Yabona lana ke sesikhuluma ke ngendlela eyikhethile sibuza ngomuntu okuZandi. Uye wambona yini uZandi egijima ebaleka?
Angazi noma meaning wrong yini la because mangithi akekho engambona. Mase uthi angichaze futhi advocate angikanderstand ukuthi.
I don't know whether
am
I the person that is having a problem here. If I say that there isn't a person that I saw running and ending up to where, I don't know.
No, I was trying to be specific to say I'm not asking generally about other person now. I was being specific to say Zandi.
Yilokho engikusho ukuthi manje sengikhuluma ngoZandi ngamanye amazwi. Uye wambona uZandi egijima ebaleka.
Akekho umuntu engambona ukuthi wayaphi kubantu ababesendlini.
There isn't any person that I had seen running and ending to whatever point.
Okay.
Of the people that were inside of the house.
Before the shot was fired, did you see Ms. Kelly Kumalo running away of the lounge area?
Ngokuba ke isibhamu sichume uye wambona ulokho njani uMiss Kelly Kumalo ebaleka esuka ngase lounge.
Cha.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now let's come in now to the alleged first intruder.
Asize kulona ke ulalele sesiza kulowo qala owangena okanye umngeneleli wokuqala.
Yebo.
Yes.
Is it your evidence that he was wearing a hat?
Uthi ubufakazi bakho ukuthi ubegqoke isigqoko.
Yebo kunjani?
Am I correct?
Yebo.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe that hat for me, just for me? The hat that you saw
ungakwazi ke ukuthi unginikeze nje isithombe
Worn by the
umfanekiso
first
waleso
intruder.
waleso sigqoko ukuthi sasibukeka kanjani leso sigqoko.
Lesisikotshi esincane isikotshi.
It was a fine check
and
pattern on it.
Yabo le gqoko mosibamba la ngathi sibaqama mosibamba la le gqoko ezibanjwa lezi ngathi siqinile akusizo lezi ezithambile angazi uzichazela kanjani.
This is a head.
Akusizo lezi endwa nje ezithambile lezi okwazi ukusifonyoza sifonyoke yabo.
It wasn't one of those softer pinch or crown. It was a harder pinch and crown. Not just that, the lighter and softer ones on touch.
So in other words, you can't give any significant description of that head, other than giving the explanation, the description that it was a small scotch with a brim, as you are saying.
The witness spoke about the pinch and the crown and not the brim.
Other than that, you can't give any significant
Ngaphandle kwalokho
features of that head.
Kwiskotshi nokuthi ke lesestimile lokho kushilo okunye akukho okunye ungakhuluma ngakho.
Angicabanga ukuthi sikhona la ikhodi lena sethombeni singavezwa makuthi azokho kufuna ukusibona.
I think that picture is within the records here, or it is within the files in this honorable court, and perhaps we can refer to that if the advocate would want to see it.
No, don't worry about the picture. I just wanted to see if you are able to give a full description of that head.
Umfanekiso esinawo la kula mafile wasecourt. Ngifuna nje okuqhamuka kuwe ukuthi uyakwazi yini ukuphana ngencazelo yaso sona leso sigqoko. Yes, yes.
Did you have, or were you wearing any hat at that particular time, you yourself, at the time of the shooting?
Ubufake isigqoko wena? No.
Okay. Correct me, Emma, if I'm wrong. You said at the time of the shooting incident, at the time when the first shot was fired, the second intruder was leaning against the door facing the house. Am I correct?
Makuzoxhuma ke isibhama kokuqala. Uthi lona umngeneleli wesibili ube ncike nje ngomnyango ebheke ngasekitchen okanye ngaphakathi endlini. Sho njalo.
Mawungena ngomnyango beka right. Ngomnyango eface ngaphakathi endlini.
Yes, when you get into the house, he was just on the right-hand side of the door, and yes, he was facing the house.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to confirm. Is that correct?
Please, yes, that's correct.
Did you see who fired that first shot?
Uye wabona ukuthi ubani owaqhubisa ke isibhamu kokuqala?
Cha ngibonanga.
I did not see that.
Okay. And immediately you became deaf and you ran away.
Manje ngaleso sikhathi kwavaleka amadlebe wasuyabaleka.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
Okay. How many people did you leave inside that area? Was it Miss Kelly Kumalo, Makumalo Zandi, am I correct?
Abawungakho abantu abashiya wena mubaleka. Kelly Kumalo, uZandi Kumalo, uMakumalo,
Senzo
and Senzo,
nabantu boyithu.
and those two intruders.
Okay, do you recall if Mtogozis was still there? Or he had ran out also after the first shot was fired?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi ke umthoko yena ube khona khona lapho kulabo bantu emva kokuthi iqhuma isibhamu kokuqala. Uyakhumbula?
Engikwazi ukuthi umuntu wasuma late angisakhumbuli kodwa ukuthi wayekuphi kodwa uyena umuntu wasuma ukugcina edanini because mangisukuma nami wayesasakhona umuntu kula edanini.
Now, what I can recall is that he was the last person to have stood up, because at the time that I stood up, Mtogo was still in the dining or the lounge area.
Okay,
that is what I can recall.
I'm asking now, after the first shot was fired, did you see Mtogo running out of the house? Or running into the bedroom?
Sixhume isibhamu kokuqala. Uke wambona uMthogo mhlambe ebaleka ephuma endlini okanye eya bedroom. Uke wambona nje ebaleka uMthogo.
No, angimbonanga.
Okay.
No, I did not see him.
But wayesengaphakathi kuqhuma isibhamu wangaphumi endlini.
At the time,
And into the bedroom now. Did you hear any shots being fired?
emva kokuthi ugijimele ngase-bedroom wena, uye wezwa isibhamu siqhuma futhi.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi isibhamu masiqhuma ukuqala kwaba nomsindo wenzeke emadlebeni nami. Lazi nginovalo okunye nokunye ngingasala ngase ngifuna ukuphuma ngaphandle la nje ngoba ngazi ngaye ewindini. Ngithi ngifuna ukuphuma ngewindi ngathi nginamabhaki.
As I've already indicated that after the gun went off for the first time, my ears were deafened, and also I was frightened during that time. And there is the ringing sound that I heard in my ears, and all that I needed to, relieve myself from is that area. I wanted to exit the house. It is for that reason that I went into the bedroom, ran into the bedroom, and I wanted to exit the house through the window. That is when I realized that there were the butler guards on the window.
Okay, so will I be understanding you correct to say you did not hear any subsequent shot gun being fired?
Ngabe ngizobe ngiqinisile ke mangithi azange kuphinde uzwe isibhamu siphinde sikhale futhi.
Yes, ungasho kanjani.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say
And
so.
also, when the shot was fired inside the lounge passage, wherever that was shot, that whatever the place it is, you did not see who shot the deceased.
Uma ke isibhamu sichuma khona laphana kwi-lounge okanye khona lapho e-passage, wena ke awuzange ubone ukuthi ngubani owadubula umufi.
Yebo ngibona ngabe kade ngamkhomba.
Yes, I didn't see who shot the deceased. I would have pointed that person out.
Umuntu wangena nesibhamu lo ama-threat.
Now, the person, however, that came in with the firearm is the one that was having dreadlocks.
Yes.
And the deceased was shot when there was Miss Kelly Kumalo, there was Zandi, there was Makumalo.
Umufi wadutshulwa ngenkathi kukhona uKelly Khumalo, uZandi no Mam Khumalo.
Angeke abuke iqhubeka ubalo kaqedwe kubani.
No, you can continue to list people. Why do you just only list a few people?
Naye lo mfethu wayekhona ekhishini makuqhuma isibhamu
They are not allowed to do
And this brother of mine, he was also there at the time the firearm went off.
I'm asking you a question. I am saying when the deceased was shot, there was Miss Makumalo, there was Miss Sandy Kumalo, there was Miss Kelly Kumalo. That's the question that I'm asking to you. Nothing else.
Kwakhona ke uMam Khumalo Miss Kelly Khumalo no Miss Zandi Khumalo ngenkathi umufi edutshulwa.
Ufuna ukungiphendulisa into engeke phela ngeke ngiphendule umbuzo onjalo because obviously nje ubuza khona ngathi une-answer. Mina ngine-answer lokho. So masubalo ngathi bukhona uyangididisa.
Now you are confusing me. You want me to answer the way that you want me to answer.
Let's move
and
on.
I'm the one that is I am the one that is giving you the answers. Now you're speaking as though you were there also to witness this.
Let's move
no,
on, Mr.
Advocate, no.
Let's move on, Mr. Magala.
Ask me who all was there, and let me answer you. Because I'm the one that was in the house.
I've passed that question. Can I ask another question?
Okay. You are free.
Mr. Ngasha's evidence is that he saw a person against the window who was wearing a white t-shirt when the scuffle took place. You understand that? And
yes, I understand.
And it is your evidence that the person who was wearing a white t-shirt inside the house was the deceased only.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it correct, Mr. Madlala, that at the time when you looked at the person whom you have identified as the first suspect and the second suspect, you had consumed alcohol and you were frightened at that time after seeing the firearm being produced by the first so alleged intruder?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi lo muntu wangena kuqala lapha endlini ephethe isibhamu ubusuphuzile utshwala futhi ke ubuthukile ngenxa ukuthi ubone uphethe isibhamu lomuntu njengoba engena ke lo wokuqala.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I can hear that.
And it is also evidence, Mr. Madlala, that the incident happened so fast.
Ngabe ubufakazi bakho ukuthi leso sigameko senzeka ngokushesha?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Will you agree with me that you did not have? You said it's your evidence that the intruder, first intruder, demanded the cell phone and money in Zulu language.
Usho kanjani ukuthi lo umngeneli wokuqala wafika endlini wazofuna imali nama cell phone ekhulumisa isiZulu? Usho kanjani?
100% right.
100% right.
Did he say anything else other than demanding cell phone and money?
Ngabe khona okunye okuthize akhuluma ngaphandle ukuthi afune ama cell phone nemali?
Hayi ngabe ngiyamsukela akukho okunye ukukhuluma.
No, there isn't any other thing that I would be wrongly implicating him.
He never said futsek.
Azange athi futhi.
Angizwanga ngisho njalo.
I didn't hear him say that.
But wamafoni imali khona engakusho.
But as far as phones and money, there's something that I heard to that effect.
Okay. At what stage, if you know, did Longwe Twala come back at any stage? Back to the house?
Uma ngabe uyazi uLongwe Twala waphindela futhi endlini nini?
Mina ngimbonanga Longwe Twala angifuni noma mhlawumbe ngoba uphatha ngimbonanga even nasesibhedlela ngimbonanga.
No, I did not see Longwe Twala.
But angisho lokuthi akazi but mina ngimbonanga.
I am not saying that he did not return. Even at the hospital, I didn't see him.
Outside, when you were carrying the deceased to the house, did you see his car outside the premises?
Mase sengaphandle ke niqhubulele umufi nimsemotweni. Uye wambona wabona imoto yakhe.
Angiyibonanga and imoto phela bekufika kube yasenzo ngaphambili kube yakhe ngemuva uyayirepoleri red. So mase kuthatha usenze yahlehla le. But angizange mase siphuma nje ayingekho imoto yakhe la around la iginga segate.
Manpum.
Yeah, mase siphuma sambisa usenze ayingekho. Angiyibonanga.
Okay. At the time that we are now driving or taking Senzo to the hospital, I didn't see his vehicle. His vehicle will be parked behind Senzo's vehicle, and that was a red Polo. But at the time that we are now driving or transporting Senzo, I did not see that vehicle.
And obviously you wouldn't know where he had ran into.
Futhi ngiyakwazi ukuthi wabalekela kuphi.
Yebo kunjani.
It is indeed so.
Did you see Mr. Chiko Twala at the hospital?
Ubaba Chiko Twala wambona esibhedlela yena?
Ngikaze ngimbone.
I did not see him at the hospital.
Let's go back a little. Okay, sorry, my lord, can I just rephrase? Do you know what happened to the deceased cell phone during the robbery incident?
Uyakwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani nge-cellphone kamufi ngenkathi ke kuphangwa khona lapha endlini?
Engabe ngidlala ngawo advocate engakuzwa nje ukuthi itholakala ngaphansi kwamakhabethe ekitchen.
Then I would you know, I would be lying to you. All I know is that it was found somewhere under the cabinet, the kitchen cabinets.
Okay, but also do you know who kept the deceased cell phone from the incident and on the following day, subsequent to the incident?
Nokuthi uyakwazi ukuthi kubani umuntu obephethe i-cellphone kamufi ukusuka ngalelo suku lesigameko ufika ngakulela langa elilandelayo.
Obviously ngabo yena okay because wena mangani yakhe I don't think ngaphathwa umuntu.
Obviously, it would be Ms. Kelly Kumalo because she is the mother of his child. I do not think that it could have been in possession of any other person.
Yes.
No, okay, so it would have been with Ms. Kumalo. Kelly Kumalo.
Yes.
Yes.
Just to go back a little bit, I left one question, sorry my lord. Inside the shooting incident, is it your evidence that you also attacked the suspect or you did not attack the suspect?
Ubufakazi bakho ke ilobo khona lapha makudubuleka nawe uyasho ukuthi wamhlasela kanje wamlwisa lo
Let me clarify the first one.
lo wokuqala.
Yes ngasukuma kona even ngingamshayanga ngasukuma kona but ngaya kwephela ngizange ngimshaye.
Yes, I also stood up, even though I did not assault him, but I stood up. Why are we?
Yes.
I stood up and I stood up and accosted him, even though I did not assault him.
Was there a stage wherein you and Ms. Zandi Kumalo assaulted or attacked the second intruder?
Khona isikhathi la uZandi Kumalo bashaya lo wesibili.
Zandi and Mr. Madlala.
O wena no Zandi nayo shaya ulokho njani lo wesibili.
Angikhumbula umuntu wesibili nje ngikhumbula kuyimi noSenzo ayekena ngikhumbula nje umuntu.
The second person that I remember, it was myself. It was Senzo. It was myself and Senzo that were against the second intruder.
Do you remember if the second intruder was in possession of any weapon?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi lona wesibili ubephethe isikhali kuyena noma cha?
Angibonanga ukuthi wayephetheni.
I did not notice what he was in possession of.
Ngabona nje uSenzo nimbambele isandla ngizandla zombili isandla saka right.
I saw Senzo grabbing his upper arm, his right upper arm, with both of his hands.
Okay, but in that upper arm that you saw, you did not see any weapon?
Azange ubone isikhali. Yes, I did not.
Okay, and also on the other hand, you did not see any weapon?
Yes.
Esinye isandla. Yes.
So in other words, that person was not armed?
Ngamanye amazwi lowo muntu ubengaphethe isikhali kuyena.
Angishongo kanjalo ngithe angibonanga.
I said that personally I did not see him in possession of the firearm.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, of the weapon, sorry.
No, it's fine, no problem, Mr. Madlala. Let's move on. And you also again testified that you were able to identify the second person.
Yes.
Who was leaning against the wall.
Yes. It is indeed so.
Can you tell this court about any distinctive features that you saw of this person?
Akutshela inkantolo ke izimpawu nje ezazikhethile ngalomlisa ombonile.
I know his head was covered because he had a hoodie.
Yeah, engikwaziyo ukuthi ikhanda lakhe lona ke lalemboziwe ngoba phela ke ubefake ihood.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyachaza lo izolo ngisazokuchaza futhi namhlanje.
I think I did explain that yesterday and I am still going to explain that today.
Okay.
Ukuthi mude wayedake enentshebe eround nala.
That he was tall.
Intshebe yakhe. Right around besiba nelokhuzana nala.
That he was tall, darker in complexion, and that he had a round beard that was trimmed around the mouth to the chin as well, and that there was a little beard just underneath the lower lip.
So the description we have given right now, it means those are the description that you can only find from that person. No one else can have those features. Yes.
Lezo impawu yizo zodwa ke okwazile wena ukuthi uyibone uze uphane ngencazelo yazo.
In other words, I'm sorry, Madam, can you just unpack?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. In other words, the description that we have given, there is no other person who could have had such description other than the second intruder.
Ngamanye amazwi ke lezo impawu uphane ngazo impawu efanele lo mngeneli wesibili phela akekho omunye ongafanelwe lezo impawu wena ophane ngazo.
There's no possibility.
Akukhonakala.
Angazi ukuthi ngizophendula kanjani mina ngijabule kabi ngoba ngikwazile ukuphinde ngimbone kanje.
I don't know how am I going
Bona ke kuvele kwangijabulisa kakhulu ukumbona kanje la ecourt.
I am so happy that I was able to see him again, because when I saw him in court, I was able to see that this is the very person.
I understand that, Mr. Madlala. You know what, Mr. Madlala, the reason why I'm asking the distinctive features of this person, it's because a person can be mistaken with identity for now and in 20 years and in 100 years. You understand?
Yabona ngibuza kanjena ngoba phela ke umuntu ngaze nje ahlangahlanganiswe nomunye uyabona la manje masikhuluma ngayo unje emva kwe 20 years 100 years kukhona nje lento ukuthi ungaze udideke ukuthi ukhomba umuntu okungeyena obufanele ukuthi umkhomba.
You understand?
Awuqinisile ukuthi kungenzeka lokho.
Yes.
Badamehlo wami ngemanje hayi ngeke wadide ngiyambona kahle impela.
Yes,
and now yes.
It is true what you are saying.
Ngimbona kahle impela.
However, right now, you cannot confuse my eyes.
Ngisukele ngani umuntu.
I can see him right now. I see him, and even he himself knows that.
Yes.
I cannot wrongly implicate another person.
Okay. So can you now answer my question to say, is there a possibility that someone else could have the same features, could cut or trim the beard as you have explained?
Ungavumelana nami ukuthi kukhona umunye umuntu ongakwazi naye-ke ukuthi akhathe amadevu ngaleyo ndlela njengoba uye waphana ngomfanekiso wakho.
Yes, kungaba njalo.
Yes, it may be possible.
Kungaba njalo.
It may be possible.
After the shooting incident, Mr. Madlala, did you have a cell phone with you?
Emva kokuthi kube nalesi sigameko sokudutshulwa, ubune cellphone yakho?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you call the police?
Uye wafonela amaphoyisa?
Angikaze ngiwafonele. Empilweni yami nje angaze ngilifonele iphoyisa.
I've never phone called the police, and in my entire life, I've never phone called the police.
Okay. Just to report the incident that your friend has been shot.
Ukusho nje ukuthi umngani wami usedutshuliwe.
Okwafika kuqala lethwa ngafonela ubhuti wakhe.
What came first?
Ngaphinde ngafonela nomuntu angithandana ngaso sikhathi ngafonela labantu basekhaya. So lokho kumina ngikwakusho something.
Now, what came first was for me to phone call his brother.
Yes.
I subsequently phone called the person that I was in a love relationship with, and my family members at home.
I'm still coming there, Mr. Madlala. But here, for now, I'm saying, did you call the police to report the incident that my friend has been shot here? Yes or no? If you did not, just say no, you did not. And there is no harm.
Uma ngabe azange kwenze lokho, yisho nje ukuthi azange kwenze lokho. Akukho ku.
Ya ngiyakuzwa advocate akukho vele okubi kuloko kuleki iphutha because umuntu mekuleyo situation angeke ucabange straight uthi hayi awuthi ngithi manje ngifonele lo usukuthukile nawo ufonela lo ufika kuqala emqondweni wakhe.
Yes,
so angizange wafonela amaphoyisa.
I understand, advocate. There isn't any error that one would have committed there. Because when a person is under such a circumstance, you are under shock as well. And you cannot, in a relaxed manner, say that now I'm going to phone call this one. And yes, I agree with you on that one. I did not phone call them.
And the ambulance?
The ambulance, you're not why visa, why phone number?
Angiyazi nani number yayo.
And I don't even know the ambulance number.
The family, I understand that the deceased was a friend to you.
Yes. Yes.
Did you know his family?
Yes, I know his family.
Did you have the number of any of the deceased relatives?
Cell phone number, number.
Advocate uyangididisa manje ngicela kumtshela manje ngingafonela umfowabo Senzo Sifiso so
you're confusing
le nto ungibuyisele emuva manje.
You're confusing me now, advocate. I've just said that I phone called his brother Sifiso.
Okay, so
now you're taking me back now.
I did not hear that. That's why I'm asking. Did you have that number?
Ubunayo leyo number yakhe?
Yebo benginayo.
Yes, I had his number.
The parents, did you have the number for the parents for your friend?
Cha benginabo.
I did not have the numbers for the deceased's parents.
And what is the number of the deceased family relative what is the name of the deceased relative that you call?
Lo umndeni kaMufi
uSifiso Stanley Meyiwa.
It was Sifiso Stanley Meyiwa. Sifiso Stanley Meyiwa.
Okay. At what time did you call him? Or maybe at what stage, even if it cannot be specific to say at 11 or at 2, but at what stage?
In that?
Did you call him the same night?
Senzakala wamfonela nini bekwenzakala ini
ngamfonela after kwenzeke leyo nto after kwenzeke leyo incident leya kaSenzo
khona la endlini.
Mr. Madala, just one more question inside the house.
Uma siphindela futhi endlini, khona umbuzo nje owodwa engithanda ukubuza wona. All right.
If you can be able to tell of the deceased and the height of the person you saw carrying a firearm.
Uma mhlawumbe ungakwazi ke ukusinikeza nje i-height wena ubude bomufi one.
You, as well as all other people who were inside the house.
Yabona ke kukhona ke ilokho njani docket okanye incwadi abantu abebekhona endlini eqhamuka kuyo ke i-DPP Gauteng ye case number leyo 67501 eka 2019. Yakuzwa no?
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear that.
This docket, this letter confirms that, and also have a look at that paragraph, if you can be able to see paragraph 3.
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Okay, but I will also read it. It says, in light of the fact that decisions in Foslorus case 375/1/2019 depends on the credibility findings by the trial court in the current trial involving Foslorus case 636/10/2014, I have therefore decided that the decision in Foslorus case 375/1/2019 will be made at the conclusion of the concurrent trial.
Kukhona nje isinqumo ekwafanele ukuthi sithathwe khona lapha mayelana nale case leyana yase Foslorus case 375/1/2019. Kanti ke leso sinqumo sinike ekutheni le nkantolo lena ke esebhizi ngayo okwamanje ukuthi ifinyelela ziphi inqumo mayelana ke naleli cala elimayelana ke necase 636/10/2014. Ngaleyo ndlela ke ngithathe isinqumo sokuthi le case leyana ke i-case number 375/1/2019 izokwazi ke ukuthi kuthathwe isinqumo ngayo mayelana ke naleli cala eliqulwa manje.
Ngisakwazi ukulinda ukuthi
Understand what is said there.
Uyakuzwa lokho khulumekayo lapho. Yes.
yebo ngiyakuzwa.
In other words, it says the Director of Public Prosecution has not declined to prosecute yet, to prosecute you in particular yet, is still waiting.
Manje amanye amazwi ke ulindile usalindile nje lo okuyena umqondisi obushushisi kanti ke akakucekeli phansi lokho ukuthi ashushise ukuthi uzoshushiswa ke nawe uma eshushisa uyashushiswa nawe. Uyakuzwa lokho?
Ngikuzwa kahle kamhlophe lo.
I hear
Ngilinde khona.
quite clearly. Okay. I'm waiting for that.
Okay. Mr. Madala, how long did it take?
Ukuthi incident happened of the gun going off. I ran to the bedroom.
Kodwa akubanga futhi isikhathi eside ezifika mhlambe phela isikhathi eside
long though, as though there was nobody at all that was aware of what was happening. It didn't take long.
Sorry, my God, may the court just bear with me, my Lord. There is a death declaration by the nurse who attended to the deceased in hospital, I'm just going to read into the record what is recorded under the paragraph of assessment. Is statement number A7, Mr. Maloli, A7. But I'll just read the entry as is, my lord, into the record.
Khona ke unesi owamemezela ke ukushona kaSenzo. Yena ke unesi obeloko ebhekene naye uSenzo. Manje ngizozama ke ukuthi ngifunde khona lapha yana.
Okay.
Understood.
This witness says, at arrival, the victim was not breathing, had no pulse from the car. The people were fully dilated and not reaching the light. Do you understand that?
Manje lo fakazi uthi ke lo umufi uthi umufi ubenga phefumuli. Is it at the arrival at the hospital?
At arrival. At arrival. In that paragraph, it's not
Yes, I
numbered,
can
but
see
it's
that. I can see
assessment,
that.
under assessment.
Yes. Uthi ke uma
Yeah, it's
efi
depicted there also on this screen.
can see that. Thank you very much. Uma kufikwa ke lona ke isizulu ubengaphefumuli inhliziyo ibingashayi okanye ipulse uma eqhamuka khona laphana emotweni kanti ke amehlo wakhe lokhu inhlavu zamehlo bezinkulu nje kanti ke obengakwazi ke ukubonisa ukuthi ilight ukuthi mabashayinise ilight emehlweni uyakwazi ukureacta kulokho uyakubona uyakuzwa lokho.
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear that.
Yeah. So in other words, it means this person arrived very late in hospital.
How can you say that?
My lord, can I just rephrase? Do you see the condition of the deceased when he arrived in hospital?
Uyabona ukuthi ubesesimeni esinjani makafika laphana esibhedlela umufi.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho nje obukusho.
I hear as you are actually saying it.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Yes, I heard.
So the statement is correct.
No. Ukubonile lokho. Sorry, I think I didn't hear you. Ukubonile lokho.
That he couldn't
Ukuthi zonke lezi zinto lezimpawu lezi
Breathe.
bezingekho.
had no pulse.
Lokho kwazile ukubona kanye ukuqaphela.
Ngangekho isimeni sokuqaphela lezo zinto. Into engangijani ngangifuna yenzeke ukuthi bangakwazi ukumsiza. Yonke eyibalekile leyo kumina.
I was not necessarily after those vital signs. All that I was concerned of was, but will they be able to assist him?
Okay. When you came back to the house from the hospital, you said there is a police officer who conducted interview with you. Is that correct?
Uthi ke mani kamera libuya khona esibhedlela khona ke iphoyisa elaloko libuza imibuzo akunjalo.
Yebo kunjani?
It is indeed so.
Was there any prime residue test that was done on you at that time?
Khona a prima residue test
Or in
okanye
that
lokho ke,
evening?
lokho ke okubonisayo ukuthi isibhamu sike saqhuma mhlambe ke yabona nentutho okanye ipowder yesibhamu iselele khona umuntu owakwenza lokho check ukuthi khona ukusala insalela nje zokudubula kwesibhamu la kuwena owathatha lezo ivivinyo.
Yakhona into ababezenza nokusikhamisisa bethatha namathe kuningi into ababezenza lapha noma ngeke ngisakusho konke okunye ngasakhuluma kodwa nje khona into ama-test abawenza kuthina namathe nani yonke lento besikhamsisa nayo yonke leyo nto. Khona ama-test abawenza.
There are tests that were conducted there. There were quite a number of things that were done to us, including the fact that there was some swabbing that took place or that they did inside of our mouths. Well, yes, I confirm. There's quite a number of tests that were done there.
Okay, but now I'm just being specific. I'm not referring to the buccal swabs or any other investigation. I'm just specific with the prime residue.
Yabona ke sikhuluma nge-prime residue uyayibona asikhulumi ngalokho ukuthi mhlambe bathathe amathi mhlambe emlonyeni
ukuthi angikaze ngibe sesimweni sokubhekana nokwenzeka leyo nto so angingazi noma kwakwenziwa yona noma kwakwenziwa ini so angikaze ngiyenze le nto ngaphambilini.
The challenge is that I've never became a part of such a test before, so I wouldn't tell as to whether that was done or not.
But you don't recall any test done into your hands?
Awukhumbuli nje ezandleni zakho khona nje ivivinyo ezithizo kanye ama-test athize enziwayo.
Njengoba ngithi khona ababesenza khona nje engikhumulayo basikhamisisa besithatha namathe nakufuthi okunye khona nje into abasenza zona khona lapha khona ngakhele ebusuku.
Well,
amafoni yonke yathathwa khona lapha masibuke esibhedlela.
Well, as I have already said, that there are some things that were done on us, including the mucal swabs or the saliva swabs, and as well as the taking of the cell phones. Even the cell phones were taken that very night, right there at that spot. So there's things that were done to us.
Because akhona amadoda ayigqoke ama-overall navy nama-gloves.
But you can't recall if it was done.
V1, Semakwe, Pretoria V1.
Okay. But I'm not asking you direct from that statement. What I want to ask from you is that this incident took place plus or minus 9 years ago.
This is plus minus 9 years endlulile.
Yes.
That's correct.
And it will be very difficult for any person to recall the incident that took place long time ago.
Kuyoba nzima kuwo wonke umuntu ukuthi angakhumbula isigameko esenzeke eminyakeni o9 endlule.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
And the only thing that will assist that person is the recordings. It may be the statement, it may be the diary, or anywhere when you recorded the details of the incident.
Into engamlekelela ke umuntu makunjalo ngaphansi kwaleso simo ukuthi istatement mhlambe sabhalwa ngalolu suku ukuthi kwabhalwa kwi-diary zonke lezi zinto ke ezazenzeka mhlambe zabhalwa ngaleyo ndlela ikhona ke okungamsiza ukuthi angakhumbula.
Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Because that recording, be it a statement, be it any recording that was made in a diary, wherever wherein you recorded, that person recorded the incident, is the only reliable information of what transpired at the time of the incident.
Ngoba phela ke leyo mininingwane ebhalwe phansi mhlawumbe ebhalwe phansi kwi-statement ebhalwe phansi ifakwa kwi-diary okanye yabhalwa phansi okanye yaxoshwa nanoma ikuphi la umuntu engakwazi khona ke ukuthi makakwazi ukuthi ayibhale khona ukuthi ayifake khona iyona nto umuntu angancika kuyo ke ethembakalayo leyo mayelana ke nesigameko esenzeka lokho uyakuvuma.
Angeke kube ngikuvumi completely angeke kube lokho kuphela namehlo wami nawo angakufakazela lokho because ngifikile la ecourt ngambona omunye wabantu ababekhona endlini.
I would partly agree with you on that one, or I cannot entirely agree with you on that. Even my eyes as well were instrumental pertaining to the people that were inside of the house. That can also serve as evidence.
And the recordings that was made by that person when everything was still fresh in his or her mind will assist the same person to recall as to what transpired at the time of the incident.
Uyabona ke nokuthi ke isigameko sasesisha kubhalwa phansi zonke izinto ezenzakeke ezimayelana ke naleso sigameko leyo ngxenye yobufakazi ebhalwa phansi iyakwazi ke ukuthi imsize lo muntu emva kwesikhathi ukukhumbula ke ukuthi wabhala wathini kuleso statement okanye khona lapho la abhala khona.
Yebo ngiyakuvumela lokho.
Yes, I agree with you on that.
And do you understand the purpose of signing a statement or signing a document?
The what?
The purpose of signing a document or the statement.
Inhloso ke yokusayina i-document okanye i-statement uyayazi uma ke uthi manje sengiyasayina ke suke inhloso kuyiphi yokuthi usayine leso statement lelo phepha olisayinayo.
noma ngingenalo ulwazi olugcwele lalokho but ngiyazi ukuthi mangisayine egcineni mhlawumbe kusuke ngisayinela ukuthi leyo nto yenziwe ishiwe yimi or yes.
Even though I may not have full knowledge of that, however, in the end, when I sign,
Yes.
I would be confirming that that particular thing that is contained in that document, it was furnished by myself.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And then when you signed Exhibit V1, you were confirming that what is contained there came from you.
Uma
The
usayina
information,
i-V1,
in other
yeah.
words, contained in Exhibit V1
Okay.
confirmed the information that was given by you to the police.
Ngamanye amazwi ke mawusayina le V1 okanye lesi statement leso sibonayo futhi ke ubuqinisekisa lokho wakunikeza amaphoyisa.
Ngingasho ngithi uqinisile lapho but kunezinye izinto ezibuye zingidide kancane la.
I would say that you may be right there, but there are certain things that confuse me a bit.
Ngike ngabona u-38 special ngezwa no revolver izinto ezingakaze ziphume lezo kumina so ezinye izinto ezingiconfusayo lezo.
Now, some of the things that are confusing me is, for an example, I once saw in the statement there was
Don't be all
38
over.
special,
Don't be
revolver.
all over the show. I'm not there. I'm just asking about
Understanding.
understanding.
Be allowed to answer.
I have seen in one of the statement, and it was spoken of the 38 special and as well as the revolver, those things which I didn't mention.
No, I'm not there, Mr. Madlala. Unfortunately, my question to you was, at the time when you signed the statement,
Umbuzo wami angikho lapho. Umbuzo wami uthi ngaleso sikhathi usayina i-statement.
I'm not referring you to what we have said in this statement, what we have said in other statements. I'm just referring to that statement that when you signed it, you were confirming the correctness of the statement.
Angikhulumi ngezinye i-statement. Ngikhuluma ngalesi statement. Ukuthi ngenkathi ubusayina ubuqinisekisa-ke okuqukethwe yiso lesi statement.
Angisho sikhuluma ngaso statement lento ebhaliwe u-38 special no revolver ibhalwe kusi statement.
Now, isn't it so that we're talking about the statement? And that very part of the 38 special and the revolver is something that is also contained within the statement.
Ofuthi angikaze ngiwabale lawo magama.
And such things I'd never finished the police with.
Ngakhuluma ngesibhalo sasibuka ngathi sinesonto so lezi zinto esezifakiwe ngamanye amazwi nje wangisayinile angizange ngisayinele lezo zinto la.
Now, I just spoke of a firearm that had a wheel, and the rest of the items that are now contained, or as far as the firearm is concerned, but those are things that I did not furnish.
But you signed
I just
for
see them inside of
But
the
you
statement
signed
now.
for them.
I beg yours?
But you signed the statement.
Kodwa when I was signing a statement.
Bengingazi ukuthi mawusho uchaza uhlobo lesibhamu mina njengoba ngithi abuye ngathi isibhamu esinesonto sekufanele bona bafaka bayisho lezi abayi-edele o-383 bani o-revolver no-special angiyazi into nyakazi ngiyazi
No, I didn't know that if I say that it's a firearm that had a wheel on it. Now, that actually was opening for the additional information as far as the brand of the firearm is concerned, the 38 special, the revolver. I didn't know that.
Did you tell the police who was taking the statement to say, no, I can't sign because now we have included information which I've never said?
Uye watshela iphoyisa-ke ukuthi uyabona lento ngeke ngisayisayina manje usufake olunye ulwazi okanye eminye imininingwane engazange mina ngikunikeze okanye engayazi.
Yes, ikhona incident la engayikhuluma khona leyo nto because khona amaphoyisa afika emsebenzini nje ngisebenzele eCliff so uma ngihamba ngidlule ePinetown so sakwamanye ama-police station ePinetown ngayikhuluma le nto ukuthi angaze ngilibize le gama lo revolver so lawo maphoyisa ayazazi yona noma ngasakhumbuli afika azongisayinisa yona.
There was an instance where I actually remarked on the content of the statement. No, I'm working at Kloof and I would travel via Pinetown, and I went to Pinetown and I spoke with the police at Pinetown and indicated to them that these things that are additional within my statement are outside of my knowledge. But they know these things.
I hear that, Mr. Madlala, but I was still on the statement that you took on the following day of the incident. You remember that statement?
Khuluma ngestatement owasithatha ngosuku olulandelayo emva kwesigameko. Uyasikhumbula lesi statement?
Yeah, okay. Ungaqhubeka.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one I'm
you can
referring
proceed.
to.
Okay.
You can proceed, advocate.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm saying that before you signed, did you tell the person who was taking the statement from you to say, I'm not going to sign here because you have included the information which I've never said?
Ngokuba uzosana lesi statement wamtshela lo muntu loyo bethatha istatement kuwena ukuthi angeke ngisayine la usufake neminye imininingwane engazange nganikeza yona.
Angikaze ngimtshela ukuthi ngeke ngisayine but ngabatshela ngendaba yokubiza amagama ngoba manje into ye-revolver kukaningi ikhulunywa ngabatshela ukuthi angaze ngilibize legama angazi ukuthi isibhamu esi-revolver into enjani.
No, I did not refuse signing. Safe to say that I actually told them that I hear that it is being spoken of in the statement about revolver and as well as the 38 special. These are the things that are unknown to me.
Also, you agreed to sign,
Kodwa kuyavuma ukuthi uyowasign.
Yes, ngisayinile.
Yes, I agreed that I signed.
and you were not forced.
Akekho umuntu owaphoqa ukuthi usign.
Yebo.
You
Yes.
signed the statement freely and voluntarily.
Ukhululekile futhi wayikhethela ukuthi usign.
Ngisazi ngiphendula kanjani. Mangithi ngasayina ngiyakuvuma lo. Manje uzoqhubeka ubuze ngokusayina advocate. Sengishilo ukuthi ngasayina ayikho angiforce. So why do uqhubeka ungibuza? Ngale ngase ngiphendulile already leyo.
I don't know about that.
Ngasayina, I'm forced.
I've already answered you that I had signed and I was under no duress. I did sign. Now you're going to expound on signing, whereas I had already told you that I signed.
It's
I
fine,
don't know now.
Mr. Madala, it's noted that you said no, you can't
Yes.
answer that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you attend any identification parade after the incident? Do you
Why?
understand what the ID parade is?
Uyayazi i-ID parade?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Why kwi-ID parade emva kwalesi gameko?
Yebo ngayo.
Yes, I know the ID parade.
Did you
And
point-
I did attend the ID parade.
Did you point out anyone there?
Khona umuntu owamkhomba lapho kwi-ID parade?
Cha lutho advocate akekho.
Not at all, advocate. There isn't.
Let's move on.
As
When you
to
made the statement, were you alone at the station?
Ma wenza lesi statement ubuwedwa khona lapha e-station, e-police station.
I mean, from the people who were present at the time of the
Sengitsho
incident.
ukuthi wena ubuwedwa uqhamuke kulabantu ubunabo ngenkathi kwenzeka isigameko. Ubuwedwa laphana e-police station.
Or
Yeah,
you went
no.
together to the police station?
Yeah, sihambe sonke but ngangibuzo umuntu wayengibuza wayengasibuza wayebuza directly kumina lokho ayengibuza kona mhlawumbe sasonke sibuza kanyani wayengibuza A1.
Kodwa beniye e-police station
Yeah.
nonke.
Yes.
All of us had gone to the police station. However, the person who was conducting an interview would directly conduct the interview with me and not with all the people at the same time.
Okay. Was also Miss Kelly Kumalo at the station when you made the statement?
Ube khona uKelly Khumalo e-station uma wena uphana ngestatement sakho.
Yeah, ubekhona na but bengekho nami ngaleso sikhathi ngibhala lo
Yes,
statement.
yes, she was at the police station, but she was not in the same room with me at the time that I was finishing the statement.
Do you remember that you testified in your examination in chief that Mr. Chico Twala offered to take Kelly for a holiday? Do you remember
Uyakhumbula
that?
wakusho lokho ukuthi uBabutwala Chico Twala wathi uKelly makaye kwi-holiday waphana ngaleyo thuba lokuthi uKelly makaye kwi-holiday. Uyakhumbula lokho?
Yebo kuyiqiniso.
Yes, that is true. That is true, advocate.
At what stage was that offer made? Was it the
Manje.
night of the incident or on the following day? When was that
Kwenziwa
offer?
nini ke lokho?
After incident.
It was
Malbatin.
That was-
kitchen futhi angithi kitchen la lapha sihlangene ngathi sihlangene ne dining room nje enkulu. Base kitchen yes.
after the incident. I remember we're at Malbaton inside of the kitchen, and mind you, the kitchen it's an open plan kitchen together with the dining or the lounge.
But was it on the same evening?
Bona lobo busuku bange-26 zika October 2014.
No, not gone. Sabuye intatha ngithi esibhedlela.
Yes.
Remember we
Qala e-Falls. Then kwasase asikhoda sesiyali. Wafika nje kwakusemini yasekuseni but kwangekho ngalelo langa le incident.
It was not necessarily on the day of the incident.
Yes.
Remember, we went to the hospital and we came back around the dawn of the day, and then that in particular, you're asking me, then it happened sometime mid-morning.
I think Monday or Tuesday. if I'm not mistaken. But lezo insuku lezo ngilento kwakuyisonto. I think Monday or Tuesday if unganaliphutha.
All right. This incident transpired on Sunday, and I should think that then took place between Monday and Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Had you made the statements, including you and Ms. Kelly Khumalo, had you made the statements at the time when the offer was made to Kelly to go on holiday?
Ngenkathi ke sekutshelwa uKelly ukuthi mhlawumbe angahamba ye kwi-holiday bese senenze i-statement okanye bengingakasenzi
I don't think sasenza ngikhumbula kodwa kahle angifuni ukuthi angikhumbuli kahle kodwa nje uthi ke fika wayifikile eMalbathini.
I cannot recall clearly. Recall clearly. However, upon his arrival, or when he came to Malbatin, that is Chico. He came to Malbatin.
But the offer was made for Ms. Kelly Khumalo to go away whilst the investigation was being conducted by the police.
Kodwa ke kwenziwa ke leyo offer ngenkathi uMam Kelly, uMiss Kelly. Kungukuthi lokho kwenziwa ke uphenyo lwaleli cala. Kwase kuza lo mnikelo ke omayelana ne-holiday lika Miss Khumalo.
Yes, so I'm offerisha vele kungakapheli nophenyo.
Yes, that offer was made while the investigations were underway.
Is it also your evidence that the cell phone belonging to the deceased after the date of the incident was with Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi i-cell phone lena emva kwesigameko ekamufi ibisezandleni zika Ms. Kelly Khumalo.
Hey, lokho ngingaqinisekisa because I don't think kwakungaba khona umuntu advocate ongaphatha ifoni yasenzo owayekhona endlini. For instance njengemoto nje wayenqaba ngisho emaphoyiseni ukuthi imoto ayishiye ahambe ngale wayifuna wathi imoto endoda yakhe. So I think yayindisho we.
Yes, I think she's the only person who was entitled or who felt entitled to have the cell phone of Senzo. No any other person within the house who could have been in possession of the cell phone of Senzo. Perhaps also the example of a vehicle that was belonging to Senzo Khumalo. She was even refusing, Senzo Meyiwa. She even refused to give or to hand the keys to the police pertaining this vehicle, and she said that this is the vehicle belonging to my man.
Okay. Do you know also if the ID for the deceased was kept by Ms. Kelly Khumalo?
The ID?
ID, yes, ID for the deceased.
ID, yeah, patwa nguye.
Yeah, ngiyakhumbula cause kwaze kwafika omunye umfowethu ekuthiwa uMusa ehamba ngazo ehamba nomunye umfowethu ekuthiwa uJohn Dubai ohlala eSocial Move bezoyifuna la khona la kuKelly.
Yes, it was in the possession of Kelly. I remember there was a gentleman called John Dubai.
Yeah.
That myself and Senzo would go to him in Social Gube. They came and they were looking for that ID document, and it was indeed in the possession of Kelly. So they actually wanted it, or they asked of it from Kelly Khumalo.
Did she give it to the family member? Do you know?
ID because what asulela into ukuthi bafika namaphoyisa. Ngabe wathasula ukuthi babasenze nomos bafika namaphoyisa.
I remember that there was also some kind of a misunderstanding about this same ID document, because that particular person came in the company of the police as well.
And she eventually refused with the ID.
Until kuze kufike laba ke uMusa no nalomntu engisho uJohn Band ohlala eSocial Move. Then I think wayikhipha ke lapho.
And until such time that Musa and as well as this John Dubai who resides in Social Group was keep.
Yes.
Then she gave it to them.
Do you know when did he surrender did she surrender the ID to the family?
Uyazi ukuthi wa phana ngayo nini?
Angikhumbula usuadvocate but bafika bona because babemazi uKelly bemazi nosenze bejwayele naye. So should kwakuyindlela bazomna ngithathe le ID.
Now I don't know, I'm not exact about the day, because these are the people that knew Kelly as well as Senzo, and they came to plead with her to release the ID document.
But it was not on the following day, it was during the week.
Akusi ilo suku olulandelayo kwaba nje
noma ngasakhumbula kahle advocate but yenzeka nje kuleli viki elilandela lesi.
yes, it happened on the following week, or in the week, even though I'm not sure about the day.
Mr. Madlala, Colonel Stein testified in this court that a swim swap on the deceased phone was made, and probably it was made by someone who was in possession of the deceased ID on the 27th.
Papa yenziwayo ngeke umuntu bephethe.
Yes, angeke ngiphikise lokho mayekusho. But ngikwazi
That I cannot dispute, as you say it, and I am such as the phone and as well as the ID would be Kelly.
ngemoto ngokunjalo. Yes.
And as also the same applies with the vehicles.
Okay. Did you attend the funeral for your friend?
Why ke kwi-funeral yomngani wakho?
Yes, ngayo.
Yes, I did go.
Okay. Do you know if Kelly, Zandi and Makumalo attended the funeral?
Uyakwazi ukuthi uKelly, uZandi noMakhumalo baya kuleyo funeral noma cha?
Hayi, angikaze ngibabona.
No, I never saw them.
Do you know if Kelly was disbanded from attending the funeral?
Ngabe uyakwazi ukuba ngatshelwa uKelly ukuthi angayi lapho kuleyo funeral?
Angikwazi lo, angikwazi but kwangaba nzima vele uKelly akaze bayiphasise into yakhe ekakuka Senzo akaze bayiphasise ukuthi uthandano nje.
Yeah, that is difficult for me. It is evident that they did not approve of Senzo's relationship with Kelly at Senzo Meyiwa's parental home or family.
Okay, but besides that, I'm just referring to attending a funeral for the father of her child. Do you know if she was disbanded?
Ngaphandle kwalokho ke ngoba phela ke ungumama wengane kaSenzo bamvumela noma bamnqabela ukuthi makaye
She was
funeral
banned from attending that funeral.
ukuthi makaye ke kulokho bamnqabela ukuthi makaye.
Anginqatshelo ba angisazi angileyo sisimo nje sisonke angikwazi ukusichaza because angimani uma inqatsheliwe or yena ungayiyelanga anginalwazi lalokho.
See, that particular scene, it's something that I've got no knowledge of or full knowledge of. I don't know whether she was banned from attending the funeral or that she voluntarily decided not to go to the funeral. That is something I've got no knowledge of.
Thank you, my lord. I've got no further questions.
Re-examination?
As the court pleases, my lord. In cross-examination by counsel for accused number 4, you mentioned that Ms. Zandi Kumalo did show you the superficial injury on the ankle. So above the ankle, on the front part of the ankle.
Ukuthi laphana kuyicakala phambili enyaweni othi uZandi Khumalo wakubonisa lelo ngabanyana ke elincane ngenkathi ubakunqumalo laphana ekubuza imibuzo.
Yes, I was born because lali ngaphezulu nje kweqala la umlenzeni waka right futhi ifungenala iphutha.
It was indeed so. It was just on top of the foot in the region of the right ankle. She showed me that.
So when was that?
Kwaba kunini makakubonisa lokho?
I think sasakhona la eForce.
We're still in Force Lores.
Yes.
We're still in Force Lores.
More or less when in relation to the day of the incident?
Kusho ukuthi nini masuqhathanisa ke nosuku lwesigameko?
Angisakhumbuli kahle mntana noma ngathi kase sibuye esibhedlela. I think ngakase sibuya or before sesibuya mos. I think ngakase sibuye esibhedlela ifungenala iphutha but yena wasikhombisa shame.
I cannot recall clearly, and if I'm not mistaken, that was done when we, upon our arrival from the hospital. It could have been before, but I think it was after we were at the hospital, and she indeed showed us that wound.
Now, counsel for accused number 4, Advocate Ngumalo, questioned you on the contents of the report by Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Ubaba Nxumalo okuyena okhulumela accused number 4 wakubuza ke nge kwakuqulethwe ke ile report eyenziwe warrant officer Steenkamp
Regarding the compilation of the identity kits,
mayelana ke nokuzama ke ukwakha identity kit.
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
you did mention that you don't remember the date when the identity kits were compiled.
Uthi wena ke awusakhumbula idate ukuthi le identity kit ke yenziwa nini?
Yes.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
perhaps remember when, in relation to your first statements, were the identity kits compiled?
Mase so chathanisa ke ne statement sakho sokuqala. Ungakhumbula ukuthi yona yenziwa nini? Futhi ke usebenzisa statement sakho sokuqala ukuzama ukukhumbula ukuthi mhlambe yenziwa nini.
Noma ngenayo sure but sayenzele eFortress police station.
Even though I'm not sure about it, it was done at the Fort Lawrence police station.
But do you remember whether it was on the same day that you made a statement or days thereafter?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi mhlambe yenziwa ngalolo suku owenza istatement okanye kwandlula amalanga?
Hayi angidlulanga amalanga. I think manganali iphutha kuloko. I think ingabe le date yama statements. If I'm not mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't after many days. I think it may have happened on the same day of my finishing of the statement.
And you've testified that at that point you had already given the description of the intruders and indicated that you'll be able to identify one of them.
Ngaleso sikhathi ubususophane ngaleyo nto leyo ukuthi uyakwazi ukuphana ngesithombe salabantu kanye umfanekiso labantu abangena endlini ungakhona nokuthi bakhombe.
Yes, I lokho ngihlezi ngikusho.
Yes, that I always say.
Now, you mentioned that in cross-examination by both counsel for accused number 4 and 5, that as far as the description of the firearm is concerned, you did mention that it had a wheel.
So ushilo ngenkathi ubuzo imibuzo ummeli waka accused 4 no 5 ukuthi mawuphana ke ngencazelo okanye ke umfanekiso leso spam uthe wena ke kwakuyispamu esinesonto nje.
Yeah, ngathi isibhamu ngathi sinesonto because ngangisibuka ngaphambili la impopo asibona ngaphambili empopweni.
Yes, that looked like a firearm that had a wheel. Because my view was at the front portion of that firearm. When I looked at it, I saw the front portion of the firearm, and it looked like it had a wheel.
Yes.
So if you say it looked as if it had a wheel, what are you referring to?
Uma uthi ke ibibuka ngazuthi inesibhamu ukhuluma ngani? Sorry, inesonto ukhuluma ngani?
Indlela sasingasidi kakhulu kwakuyisibhamanyana nje singakanyana.
It wasn't a very long firearm. It was that short or that long.
Singakanyana nje.
Can you just explain to the court, if you say wheel, what are you referring
Uma
to? Which part of the firearm are you referring
ngesonto
to?
ukhuluma ngengxenye yiphi yesibhamu uma ukhuluma ngalelo sonto?
Angithi mengeni besiphethe ngesandla saka right.
Isn't it so that when he came in, he was holding it with the right hand, wielded like that as the witness is
So la
demonstrating?
ngihleli khona mina. Ngabona ngathi isibhamu esinesonto lesi.
From where I was seated, I saw it as a firearm that looked like it had a wheel on it.
Yeah, where on it?
Kuphi ke ingxenye yiphi
Ngala
yesibhamu?
ibambe ngakhona kule minwe le. Ngala ibambe ngakhona nje wayisibambe kanje.
Just on the handle, particularly on the three fingers that are that will be holding the handle like that, just right there.
You mean on the trigger? Around the trigger?
Uthi eduze ne-trigger yakubona lokho okungathi kunje kwesibhamu, lokho okungathi iphininyana nje trigger.
Yeah, ngalapha impela ngangibona la isingena khona ngina le ngangibona ngathi usibambe ngathi isibhamu esinesonto somewhere la.
somewhere there in that area of the trigger as well, the trigger guard as well, it looked as though there was some wheel right there.
The court, please, my lord. Exhibit V1 has been handed up. Appearance of the firearm. The witness did say that he made a statement explaining how the firearm looked like. We request, my lord, that the state be allowed to introduce that statement after, of course, proving its content. The purpose is not to self-corroborate.
Objection from the defense.
My lord, I can't follow what my colleague is saying. He's talking about self-corroboration, statement and everything. I really don't know what he's referring to.
I'm also lost. I don't know what he's talking about. Mr. Laplesa?
I'm also lost, my lord. I don't know what advocate does.
I'm also lost. I can't follow.
Ms. Shalala?
My lord, the exhibit, only exhibit that has been submitted before this court, it's exhibit V1.
Yeah, he's talking about that.
It's referring to exhibit V1.
Yes.
And it has been submitted to the court.
Yeah, but he's sending it up for a particular reason, not in self-corroboration of this witness in describing where the wheel is located on the firearm, but merely to show that this witness did describe the firearm as it shown on exhibit V1. Am I correct, sir?
No, my lord, it means V1 is already before court.
Well, I'm saying what he says.
Then he cannot submit another V1. V1 is already there, and he cannot submit any other statement other than exhibit V1.
Mr. Baloyi.
Let's try again. My lord, my colleagues have handed up exhibit V1.
Yeah.
That tends to describe the firearm, and is mentioned of a .38 special. This witness has consistently said he never mentioned that, and that he made an additional statement wherein he explains that issue regarding the .38. Now, we are saying, my lord, that a skewed picture is being painted by just merely handing up that exhibit V1.
Okay.
The state wants to introduce another statement of this witness wherein he explained, as he's saying, and as I say, my lord, the purpose is not for self-corroboration, but to say, to indicate that the witness did in fact say, what is stated in the statement.
Yes, I understand.
That is the sole purpose.
So what's the objection?
The state wants to submit the second statement.
Where is the prejudice?
My lord,
Where is the prejudice?
this witness, the state was given the opportunity
Of what?
to present its case.
Right.
It was not part of the state case to say there was an additional statement wherein you gave clarity up until it arose during the cross-examination, my lord, if we were on the same page. Now the state is given the opportunity to do re-examination. The state, my lord, it is my submission, my lord, that the state cannot now produce another statement because of the issues arising from the cross-examination.
Where is the prejudice? I hear you.
The prejudice is that because it was not part of the examination in chief.
Because as I understood the defense, my client was not there, and I'm saying, where's the prejudice?
My lord, the prejudice is that it's not part of the evidence led by the state. It only arose during cross-examination. And the defense has already cross-examined the witness on the examination in chief. Now, if the state wants to add a new evidence, then it means we'll have to cross-examine again.
No. Mr. Rapples, what's your objection? Where's the prejudice? Nobody has told me about the prejudice.
My lord, at first when it was said, like I said, I was lost because there was no clarification from my learned colleague.
Okay.
Now that he's clarified it, and I've listened to the cross-examination by Mr. Numalo and Advocate Mushololo, when he clarified that he has never told the statement maker that he spoke about the revolver and the .38 special. So I'll leave it there, my lord.
Where is the prejudice?
For me, my lord, my case is simple. I've always
You
said
are not
when we argue these matters,
Yeah.
that we are arguing that we are not there. So
Yeah. That's what I thought. Mr. Mnisi, where is the prejudice?
My lord, it's actually not about prejudice.
It's about what?
It's about the rules of evidence.
Yes.
Yes.
Evidence, you must show prejudice.
No, my lord, not necessarily that.
Mm.
Rules of evidence relating to self-corroboration.
He said he's not handing it.
Inconsistent statement that
He says he's not handing it up as self-corroboration of the evidence, the viva voce evidence of this. He's handing it up to demonstrate that the description this witness has given coincides with the explanation in the statement you want to hand up. Is that so, Mr. Maloi?
Indeed,
Hey, my daughter.
That is precisely, my lord, what the law relating to the rules of evidence.
Okay. Okay. Any prejudice? Mr. Nguman? You haven't said anything.
No, I think we rather hear what he's saying.
Who?
The state.
He's already said it.
Yeah, continue with whatever he wants to do. Then
No,
we'll
he's
take-
handed up the document.
Yes. You may.
Okay, the court allows that evidence to be handed up. That statement. What?
It will be
What will be
exhibit
exhibit what?
V2, my lord.
V2. Exhibit V2.
Just a minute. I just want to show you a document. Which will be exhibit V2. You recognize that document as your statement?
Khumbula le document nje nge-statement sakho.
To show him the first page and all the subsequent pages.
Yeah. Yeah, signature.
This is my signature that is appearing on these papers, on these pages.
Sorry, my lord, can the state be kind to us and tell
Yeah, you're
us?
going to get a copy.
It's exhibit, it's A110. And on the
Yes, yeah, ngiyayibona.
Yeah, I can see. That is my signature.
and the date, just above
Yes, ngiyayibona.
the date, just put that on record.
2018 0207.
Yes, the 7th of February 2018
And the time,
is cutting.
11:30.
11:30.
and the take of the statement was Colonel Shibiri. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. I know him.
Yes. And did he, what was the position? Did he take down the statement as you were narrating the incident to him, or what was the position?
Bekunjani ke uma uloku umtshela ukuthi kwenzakalani ke yena ubhala phansi.
Yeah, in fact asikho statement engayibhala zona ngisho babhali.
In actual fact, there isn't any of the statements that I had reduced it into writing by myself. I would just finish them, relate to them what transpired, and then they would write it down.
And in which language?
With the Zulu, as I was finishing the statement.
And did you confirm the correctness thereof?
Waqinisekisa ke ukuthi lesi statement siqhubethe zona ke izinto ezikhulumile.
Ya kusho khona masama ngisayinele kusho khona bakuthi ngisayine ya.
Yeah, it means I had confirmed the content of this document, given the fact that I had signed.
If you can read the contents of paragraph 4 and 5 in the report.
Ungasifundela yona ke paragraph 5. Uzokwazi ukufunda?
Abuya ngihlulela ama handwriting.
I battle with the handwriting.
Yes,
should I
if
read
you
it
can
out?
assist
Can
me.
you read it for him so that...
Okay. Court pleases, my lord. I don't have knowledge of firearms. I don't know.
Paragraph 4.
Oh, paragraph 4, sorry. On A10 statements, I indicated to the police officer who was taking my statement that the firearm which the suspect was carrying was a firearm with a wheel in the, I cannot see what's written, in the handle, in the middle, sorry, in the middle. I didn't say the firearm was a .38 special. I think the police officer, with his knowledge of firearms, made a conclusion that the firearm I was referring to in my explanation was a zero statement. Ngiye ngakusho lokho ukuthi iphoyisa elawuthatha istatement sami mayelana ke nesibhamu esasiphethwe ulona umsolo ilona ke ngasho kulo ukuthi leso sibhamu sasinesonto futhi ke la emaphakathini azange ngikusho lokho ukuthi leso sibhamu bekuyi 38 special. Ngiyacabangela nje ukuthi mhlawumbe leli phoyisa ngenxa yolwazi analo mayelana nezibhamu waseke uthatha isinqumo sokuthi leso sibhamu ebengikhuluma ngaso uma ngimchazela sona bekuyi 38 special. This is what I was explaining to the advocate.
And just that first sentence of paragraph 5.
I don't have knowledge of firearms. Sike mina anginalo ulwazi lwebhamu.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Any cross-examination? Mr. Happiness?
No, no, no.
Mr. Mnisi?
My lord, I don't have cross-examination, but I still stand by my point that self-corroboration...
No, we're past that. No, we're long past that.
Thank you, madam.
Any cross-examination?
No, that is exactly what you said to the question to my colleague. So I want
No, that's not the question. Any cross-examination?
On this aspect, I don't have.
Thank you. Mr. Nomalo, any
Thank you, my lord. I don't have any cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Lala, any cross-examination? How, my lord? You remember that case of R versus Hepworth. Just read it again. Just read it again. Because this is about justice. It's not about taking points.
Yes, we understand Hepworth. But
Yes.
I was on the rules of procedure on evidence.
Hey, read that case again. It's unlike this court is saying this statement is handed up and you're not going to cross-examine on it. Never said that. They just said, where's the prejudice? And you're free to cross-examine on that statement. Do you have that?
I think the relevant portion is as follows. And he said the reference is R versus Hepworth 1928 AD 265 at 277 where the court held as follows. A criminal trial is not a game where one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake by the other side. And a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He has not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done.
That's all, you don't take a point to say, akayishongo lento, hayi sizomthola. No, it's about justice. He can even reopen and recall a witness who has already testified. What more about a witness who's still on the witness stand? Okay, is that all, Mr.
That is all, my lord.
All right, I'm going to ask one question about our police. You have already said that they didn't take any resin tests on you.
Ukushilo lokho ukuthi azange bake bathathe ama-residue test kuwena ezandleni.
Sorry, so let me check. What they will do, there's a liquid which they will smear on your hands.
Uyakuzwa ne? Khona nje uketshezi nje oluthize wena okumanzi abazogqobisa la ezandleni zakho.
Yes.
Do they do that?
Khona ukuthize abakugqobisa ezandleni zakho.
Angikhumbuli Nkosi.
Enye into ke amaphoyisa ke awazi umsebenzi wawo bafanele ukuthatha impahla.
I'm surprised because this firearm exploded in a confined space. Common sense tells you that they should have taken all your clothes of all the people who were there and then conduct the same tests on them. They didn't do that.
Abakwenzanga lokho.
Abakwenzanga Nkosi.
They didn't do that.
South Africa. Any questions arising?
We've got none,
Okay, is that the end of the testimony for this witness?
Indeed, my lord.
Thanks.
So,
You're excused.
Lordship, I've got a question.
Yes.
Ngale statement ezinga commissioniwe because sengingaba nalo ulwazi laso ngaphambili because ngifuna ukuthi ngisebenze fast leso statement because ngisure ukuthi leso statement akusona statement ngoku statement.
Yebo.
So umuntu osibhalile ngifuna ukudila naye ona ngazi ngenza kanjani.
Pertaining that statement,
ngayivula icase ngimvule icase.
Is it possible for me?
I can't give advice. No judge gives advice. Read my judgment.
Okay.
All
right.
Right.
As a court, please, my lord, I see it's just after 3.
Yeah.
Can we start with a new witness tomorrow?
Okay.
As a court, please.
Okay, thanks. Court will adjourn until tomorrow.